Prologue. And a great star fell from the sky, burning, like a torch, Revelations 8 verse 10. This is a difficult story to tell, and probably beyond my capability. But I am writing this journal anyway to whomever it may concern. In fiction, like computer games, the awful deaths of millions or even billions of strangers are mentioned dismissively, as long as the protagonist's circle doesn't die too much and make the main character appear ineffective. Heaven and earth could be moved to save the selected ones whose names we know. Well, if only mankind worked on moving heaven and earth to avoid the tragedy of 2029, having had centuries of warnings to heed. But it wasn't a popular cause. All our charity and all our profit would come to naught if Apophis landed. Yet we dismissed it all too easily given its erratic path, its chaotic nature, its variables. Was it not abnormal enough to warrant more attention? This was no ordinary asteroid. It is different from fiction, to have to relate such tragedy in a journal of what I witnessed that awful year and afterwards. I hope it may perhaps be worth my tears, if a future civilization reads it and takes warnings more seriously than propaganda. Or, if a time traveler takes it back to the right time and place to change mankind's focus or path, a path of transparency and less centralized power, so that priorities could change for real dangers, instead of secret agendas. Maybe you, dear reader, are the one to warn that mankind is focusing on the wrong priorities and causes. Because it was hard, but not completely impossible, to stop Apophis or reduce the harm. If only we had focused on it in time, instead of humoring lucrative social fantasies, as if mankind is the determining factor in the cosmos. Human nature cannot be changed by adding some flowery words. Nonetheless, wordmongers and the means to broadcast them ruled. Meantime, the apocalypse had been bearing down on us for millions of years, and we had been warned for thousands of years. It was almost as if the physical cosmic truth was obscured by a veil, and only the most spiritually connected could see partial ghostly glimpses of what was coming. This, despite the mathematical fact that Apophis would, eventually, strike Earth. But media owners set modern man's priorities. They determined which partial glimpses were conspiracy theories, and which partial glimpses were science, based on where those bosses could gain power. And we obeyed them like sheep, until it was too late. Chapter 1. Day D-11, we had less than 2 weeks warning that NASA and others had overestimated their ability to predict the erratic flight path of Apophis to the nearest 20,000 miles, let alone meters. It may have been presumptuous, the press liaison said, to report a certain level of certainty about the abnormally close path of Apophis this year through the immeasurable vastness of space, despite many oscillating variables. We want to be transparent. It took a while for such obscure references to be understood by enough ordinary people to really have an effect on the world, so Ian had a few hours' advantage. He had been acutely aware of Apophis for a few years in advance, an avid follower of the list of dangerous near-Earth objects and the very overrated Torino scale of risks. He needed only half a sentence in a very early radio bulletin, to react to what had gone through his mind in theory many times before. He was in his car and at the mall within minutes with his credit card. Who cares what is owed on a card during an apocalypse? He chose a mall that had everything, from an ozone water shop to obscure plants and gold coins. It could come down to his having rehearsed this before. He was ready. As he moved fast through the still unaware throng of shoppers, he thought of what he knew of Apophis.
chance of Apophis impacting Earth is about 100,000 times more likely than winning the lottery. If this were to happen, the effects would likely spell the greatest natural catastrophe that mankind has ever seen. The Apophis impact event is estimated to have a kinetic energy of 1,200 megatons, which is over 40 times the energy of the aforementioned Tunguska meteor. This would be like detonating 80,000 Hiroshima bombs at the same point, all at once. The effect would be worsened if the meteor were to strike the ocean, as a resulting tsunami would devastate coastal populations on a near global scale. Life as we know it would likely take millions of years to recover.
Apophis by J. M. Conradi. Continued from Episode 1. Ian had to act fast. And of course, warn his family of possible chaos, and raise the need to get together around a table to discuss it. He withdrew the maximum amount of cash his debit card allowed. Then, he maxed out his credit card by adding to, or expanding, this little survivalist hoard he had already been building up for years. He suspected paper money could become irrelevant, so he extended his collection of precious metals. Then, bottled water and powdered energy drinks. No frozen or refrigerated food, but lots of meals that are easy to cook on a small gas stove, of which he bought another one, like noodles and soup. Sugar, coffee, tea, anything to make the foul-tasting but sterilized water of the apocalypse potable. Seeds for nutritious plants that do not need full sunlight. He was on the track of mushroom trays and chicken coops, but would later have to visit a specialized supplier for that. Toilet paper, multi-purpose soap, small sealed bottles of cooking oil, ideal for using without a fridge. Cheap, filling food like cornmeal, powdered mash, or eggs, and whole pumpkins. Long-life milk, and tinned food. Basic medicines, sterilizers, vitamins, toothpaste. Standard batteries, flashlights, and an extra car battery for his charging system and inverter. An extra two-way lead for his generator as backup, and any insulated tarps or blankets. Thick black plastic bags, rope, boxes, and aluminum foil for his storage plan. And useful chemicals. He already had a large stash of ammunition, knives, and even swords, but he wished he could find a crossbow and a bigger solar panel. Maybe later? He visited several shops to not fill more than one trolley per shop, until his spacious car was packed to the roof. One cashier lifted her eyebrows, but he just smiled and shrugged. He stayed as friendly but distant as possible during any human contact. Then he filled the fuel tank to the brim, as well as 2 large containers he could find. As he headed home with this hoard, a minor uptick in the volume of early shoppers and traffic began, but nothing serious yet. His family of 4 were each busy somewhere in the city, each in their own car. He texted them, "Fuel shortage looming, please fill up today. Family meeting at 8 p.m, love." Next, he sat down with his laptop to gather information to tell his family and flesh out a plan. Once again, he had a few hours head start because this type of scenario was a kind of hobby for him. The news was beginning to explode across social media. As had been a global practice for the past 10 years or so, there was international collusion between government, mass media, and big tech companies to try and control the narrative. Anyone who called it an apocalypse or complained that government had been lying or failing to prepare, was immediately silenced. They could not silence the government of India, who complained loudly about being kept in the dark, and about the USA, China, and Russia rebuffing requests to join forces to destroy Apophis. The suggestion that the estimated crash site options did not pose a significant threat to the world's superpowers, was blocked by any means necessary. Apophis was too small to be an extinction-level event, except for countries close to the impact zone, science says. Yeah, that epitaph science says has been heard before. It might hit anywhere, break up, move in any irregular trajectory due to many factors like jets of some gas, stimulated by the sun's energy, interfering with the unknown effect of gravity on a body of largely unknown composition. It could be dangerous, be prepared. They said. Wasn't that government's job, one might well ask? They sure made big hay of some other potential risks. In the days that followed, many pessimistic views on Apophis were deleted and censored as government-aligned media tried to bring the narrative under control again. That first evening his family agreed to immediately begin some urgent preparations just for in case, and then later discuss more detail. He showed them one of the videos he had saved from YouTube, before it was deleted.
Chance of Apophis impacting Earth is about 100,000 times more likely than winning the lottery.
Day D-10, there was no time to dig a human shelter, but Biff began digging a smaller shelter for crucial provisions. They were lucky to live in one of several areas that had extraordinary rains in March, so the soil was soft. Marius, not linked to any school or university, still had to work, but began designing iron frames they had agreed he would weld. Ian began measuring their 3 bathrooms for a worst-case scenario. In the event of an apocalyptic wall of fire, they would need tubs deep enough to cover themselves in water. Apophis could not generate a global firestorm, but there could be a brief period of flames in some areas. All of them took turns to watch the news, the sky, and the area around them, to be informed. They had a hidden rooftop with telescope and binoculars. Sheila ran the household, yard, provisioning and security. Dinner each evening would be a planning meeting. Fortunately they had no small children or elderly to fret about, the last grandma had passed away. Apophis by J. M. Conradi. Continued from Episode 2. The coordinated narrative of statements simultaneously issued by the UN, and the press secretaries of the G8 countries except India, was, your competent, caring government was helping you to prepare for a very large explosion, but everything's under control. He thought about telling people other than his family the opposite of that, but decided against it. Global control of media narratives has been so vicious for the last decade or so, that any alarmists have become the butt of a joke, except the irrelevant but lucrative politicized alarms that global powers did want you to talk about. Politics, mankind's real apocalypse, he thought. Besides, 2 weeks were not enough to do much preparation except on a small scale in his own yard. It was not even possible to dig an underground shelter for people, though clearly several elite groups in various countries already had such shelters, but he had other plans. Discussing this around a family dinner that included an engineer and a master's in astronomy was very useful. Viv said, it would be arrogant for them to pretend to be sure about this. Apophis is an erratic NEO, and too small to pose a major threat to world powers except the region where it actually lands. The apocalyptic threat is more an issue of economy, climate, sociology, and international politics. At this point, if a superpower was under threat, they'd already begun acting to blow up the asteroid by now, and their competitors would have protested furiously. Except for the region of impact, any interference with this asteroid would be more dangerous than the asteroid. Why then issue these coordinated statements at all? Ian asked. The mother of the family, Sheila, said, maybe someone very important threatened to cause a scene if some communication plan was not agreed on. They all agreed that was possible. The government of India has been very vocal, maybe they are in danger and are the ones threatening, said Ian. Viv volunteered, I will search for information about that. If India is in danger, then the impact of an Apophis-sized asteroid is possibly too far away for any prime shockwave, fire, or radiation to reach us. Ian replied, that is good, but we will need more than information. I printed a planned outline for each of us, let's apply our minds and let's all find out more, and then finalize a plan tomorrow. As always, we will find ways to weather this crisis, together. Sheila then suggested a prayer. After that, she asked, is it possible for them to hide things and control this narrative like world powers have been doing recently? This is not like rigging a country's election, that hinged on 5 counties all controlled by the same organization. Viv said, I doubt it. There are thousands of astronomers watching this thing, and able to produce estimations and predictions of what will happen and where. Information will eventually leak outside of their control. Which is perhaps why they were forced to say something, said Marius, who'd been silently checking his cell phone. Hello, they just announced that schools and universities will not reopen before April 15th. I wonder how long I would still have to go to work? Okay. I need to go to bed, I still have a job to attend to. It was futile to oppose the coordinated media narrative and argue with people. Nonetheless, they decided Sheila would attend a neighborhood meeting the next day, just to gather information. And so began a restless night, 10 days before D-Day. Day D-9. While the rest of the family continued the precautionary work they agreed to, digging outside, or modifying the bathtubs, or planning the welding, Sheila went to the neighborhood meeting in the local school cafeteria. It was opened for this despite the delayed opening announced for schools.
Never seen it so crowded. She hadn't been here in a few years, but the school hadn't changed much. The smell was the same, the tables and chairs the same. Maybe the walls had been repainted, but that was it. Every seat in the lunchroom had been taken, and many people stood along the walls and in the aisles. Almost immediately, the low roar of constant chatter began to wear on her nerves. She hated crowds and the noise that came with them, hated the way it made her want to crouch down like a small animal trying to escape notice. She wished she thrived on people and experiences instead of wanting to run. Everyone handled crises differently. In the midst of the dull roar, she caught bits and pieces of conversations. I don't have enough blood pressure meds. I really didn't think it would happen. And so on and so on. Panic, concern, curiosity, they were all around her. From what she could hear, a couple of men were already attempting to take the lead, but so far there was nothing resembling organization in their methods. They were at the front of the room, arguing about food, security measures, rationing gasoline and propane. More men began to join them, some adding their opinions to the argument, others just moving close enough to listen. The noise level grew, as did the feeling of panic in the air. A little boy about 6 years old began to cry. His dad put a hand on the kid's shoulder and said, "We'll be okay." His mother, who was holding a toddler, also put her arm around him and tried to comfort him. Sheila tried to remember their names. Greer, maybe? She felt ashamed for not knowing her neighbors better. People began talking, speculating. Their opinions and attitudes varied, from calm doubt that anything would happen to conviction that the world as they knew it would end, with everything in between also represented. As Sheila listened, she realized that everyone had already made some effort to prepare, no matter what they believed. "We're canning everything we can get our hands on," Barb said, and a couple of the older women nodded in agreement, while the younger ones, who were less likely to have a pressure cooker, looked scared. The crowd shifted, from one large gathering to several smaller ones. Sheila stood back and listened, picking up bits and pieces of several conversations. Several men talked about security, making plans to start a community watch. One woman said she had her dehydrator working overtime, drying the last of the summer garden veggies. Another was making soup and canning it. Eventually, the last of the panic faded, at least outwardly, and was replaced by preparation. Sheila could only hope it was the same everywhere, though she knew it wouldn't be. As twilight deepened, a few people still stood around talking, but most began wandering back to their homes, to prepare, to wait, to call loved ones they might not be able to talk to for a while. Maybe some would cry, or try to convince themselves that despite the warnings nothing would happen. Different people coped in different ways. Sheila was exhausted. She murmured a vague excuse about going in to check on something.
Meanwhile, Ian was scanning through flagged files on his computer for useful information to print out. While there's electricity, tips on how to grow and identify mushrooms, how to work the pumps of the local water reservoir, how to use their two-way radios and extend their range, and local maps he wanted to annotate with information. Then he came across this fairly useless article he'd annotated and saved about Apophis. Monster asteroid could hit Earth. Updated, September 13, 2019, 3:58 p.m. IST. God of Chaos is coming. A monster asteroid, named Apophis after the Egyptian god of chaos, is likely to swoosh past Earth, but there is a slight chance that it may hit the planet on April 13, 2029. Then it would be summer in the north and winter in the south. Nonsense, that is spring and fall respectively. The bigger-than-Eiffel Tower asteroid, weighing around 27 billion kg, could leave a crater impact of 1.6 kilometers wide in diameter and 518 meter deep. It has the capacity of an 880 million ton TNT explosion that can wipe out large cities or even an entire country. Sized 350 meters, its mass and surface aspect are estimated without knowing the exact composition. Torino scale of impact peril, said the heading. First spotted in August 2006, the hazardous asteroid was initially named 2006 QQ23. Nonsense, he thought, it was August 2004. Meanwhile, the European Space Agency recently released a risk list of 878 asteroids that are likely to cause a massive impact on Earth in the next 100 years. Nonsense, he thought, massive impact and likely are both hyperboles, except in one case. Here's a look at all the asteroids Earth has braved, etc. None of that's relevant, because there were no humans during significant impacts, no journal of what really happened and how we survived. Until now. Chapter 3. Day D-8. Their news scans revealed a small but strange news item: the super-rich and politicians were abandoning the Maldives, Seychelles, Saudi Arabia, and surrounding areas. The USA, Russia, and China moved their fleets out of the Indian Ocean, though official sources denied it. Mainstream media quickly called all this a conspiracy theory. Apophis by J. M. Conradi. Episode 4. Continued from Episode 3. Please note that this episode ends unannounced with a dream, or rather, a nightmare. It is uncanny that certain myths are vaguely common among various cultures who did not have that much contact at the time when those myths were first recorded. So many different voices told of the worst which would come somewhere in the 21st century, a remarkably accurate pinpoint if one considers the age, veil-obscured vagueness, and unpopular strangeness at the time, of saying a star will fall from the sky or fire will burn the world. From Wormwood to Nostradamus, when science finally caught up with the myth in 2004, we should have paid more attention. But instead the order was quickly given, executed, and happily accepted to obfuscate news of the danger until it was a pub joke. As usual, ordinary families like theirs would bear the brunt when officials ran the news. Marius had finalized plans for welded frames using what scrap iron they had, to cover the exact size of the 3 baths. Ian was preparing for submerging the family on day 0. Well, one bath was actually Biff's shower cubicle that was already enclosed on 3 sides. It just needed building the entrance up 2 feet and a layer of eco-rubber. Submerging in a tub of water was only going to help for a minor wall of fire and radiation blast, but they prepared anyway. Biff was making progress, digging a shelter in the yard to protect key provisions below ground, sized to fit the largest frame Marius had iron left for. The generator would barely fit in at the back of it. Sheila was collecting items they would all need close by, while submerged: extra water, a food hamper, working flashlight, rechargeable batteries, non-flammable breathing straw, masks and oxygen tank. They also needed to decide where to put the 2-way radios, cell phones, and weapons. The new crossbow ended up with Biff, who began practicing. The largest part of the week was filled with finishing these tasks while Marius had still to go to work too. Day D-7. With takeaway dinner, bought by credit card, around their by now routine kitchen table meeting, the family talked briefly about progress. By now it was predictable, so they moved on. Let's recap what we actually know, and what not. Then Ian said, what we do not know for sure is what will actually happen, and, as usual, ordinary families like ours are apparently not supposed to know what will happen. All across the world people are privately discussing Apophis and other news because, once again, public discussion has been very well suppressed. Anyone offering an opposing view has been ridiculed, censored, or even persecuted. It is January 2021 all over again. Sheila scoffed, not that again. Ian said, okay, on to 2029, we know something is off because with the narrative perfectly under control, a coordinated admission was unexpectedly made on April 2 that the certainty of the scientific community about the exact path of erratic old Apophis was overestimated. That must have been said under huge pressure. We know the Indian government is not happy about something. I picked up a rumor that, before today's vote of no confidence against Modi for wasting time on unscientific conspiracy theories, he tried issuing an order to evacuate all coastal areas. Then Marius received a text message saying his office is closed, all work must be done online. That night would have been restless if the family did not sleep from pure exhaustion. A lot of preparation has been completed in 5 days. Ian did, however, dream that he was sitting somewhere among a large quiet audience, watching this on a screen. Apophis 5 by J. M. Conradi continued from Episode 4. Day D-6. That day their welded scrap iron frames to protect them and their emergency provisions from falling debris began to take form. Everyone helped, everyone watched for news or local events, everyone waited for what comes next. Ian had to drive for some errands, bought some hens for his new coop, and visited his brother's house. That was deserted, nobody's home. Had they fled or just joined forces with another family? With takeaway dinner, bought by credit card, around their by now habitual kitchen table meeting, the family talked briefly about progress. By now it was predictable, so they moved on. Let's recap what we actually know, and what not. Ian told them about the dream he had of sitting silently in a large audience facing uncertainty. Ian said, we should consider a best case, worst case, and probable case scenario. Probable case scenario is something bad will happen but not a civilization-ending event. There will be no wall of fire, we'll get out of our superfluous baths by noon on Friday to face a damaged world, with above-average provisions in a fairly secure yard. The world will however change because, though the global elites and their propaganda media have been suspect before, this time it will not be possible to cover up. There will be serious ramifications. Areas like ours with an unstable economy will probably struggle to recover. If the financial systems still remember our debt and banks resume, we as family could struggle financially but still be more equipped to survive to the end of the year to fight another day. The bonus will be watching the status quo being held accountable for the most publicly visible mass dishonesty in modern history. Cold cases about past propaganda will reopen. No more will people forget coordinated lies, censors, and persecution of truth in the wake of massive asteroid damage. Sheila said, worst case scenario is what? If our baths and shelter are insufficient, we die together in faith after doing the best we could despite global suppression of the truth. Worse would be to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. If the economy collapses but billions of people survive, it will be what is called the tribulation. But we will be much better prepared than most ordinary families, and we will hold on together. The worst thing would be to face the worst alone. We're not. Once it is clear common people have been had by a massive misinformation campaign again, communities could actually open up and help each other, instead of the mask suspicion we have been living under, well, actually for a decade. Biff said, best case is that nothing happens on Friday and we have to pay off several maxed credit cards and find some use for a hoard of everyday goods plus some survival gear. Should not be much of an inconvenience. Universities and schools will reopen, work will go on, salaries will be paid, we will recover. We will have some ugly modifications to our baths and showers. Marius, as usual busy on his phone, said, not much chance of a best case scenario now. News just broke that powerful politicians and the super rich have been preparing bunkers and are busy moving into them. Parliament urgently reconvened in India to reinstate Modi to take action. Most governments are quiet, but Pakistan is irate. Biff said, that is it, the shit has hit the fan. This must be huge, those actions do not sound to me like uncertainty. Tomorrow will be chaos, the undercurrent of suspicion about not only this event but many previous ones, will explode into the open. There must be a credible threat from Apophis, a 370-meter-sized supersonic bomb. Ian replied, shops are already closed here but not on other continents. The stampede will begin, we should use our cash and increase our hoard if we can. We have 4 large iron toolboxes, I will empty them for more hoard space. Sheila volunteered, my work is mostly done, I will go shopping very early tomorrow. I will take credit and cash in case cards are not accepted. Let's get some sleep, it's late and chaos is coming, literally. Thank heavens you began a week ago, dear. His family had played along based on trust until now, and their trust in Ian has been rewarded. Apophis by J.M. Conradi continued from episode 5. Day D-5. Usually Sunday shopping was peaceful though she hated it. Early that Sunday morning, Sheila went shopping with the list she had worked on for a week, but the list soon grew irrelevant.
The aisles were packed with people grabbing whatever they could, wheeling carts left and right with none of the usual grocery store method. It said get all the produce she could, but the produce area was so crowded she couldn't squeeze in. Skirting the edges, she took whatever she could reach. Bypassing the bread aisle, she then went to the canned goods and repeated the process, spurning nothing, getting what she could. Next was the baking goods aisle for staples like flour, sugar, powdered milk, and all the salt she could grab while other shoppers were doing the same thing. She was bumped, shoved, pushed, and once knocked into the shelving. She barely kept herself from going down. The self-checkout lanes were closed down, and she stood in line for 40 minutes before she got to the counter. It helped that some people were being refused checkout because they wanted to use either credit cards or checks. Handmade, cash-only signs hung above every register. They left their full shopping carts where they were standing, and the people still in line raided the carts to fill their own needs. Thank heavens she'd hit the bank earlier and had cash on her, because normally she wouldn't have had much more than $20 or so. If she were forced to abandon her supplies, she didn't know what she would do. She was already tense with stress and anxiety, fighting the sense of impending doom. After paying, she wheeled the cart across the parking lot, jerking it over the curb onto the grass, and reached her white Honda CR-V. After the chill of the grocery store, the sunny heat felt good on her skin. She put the groceries in the back seat because the cargo area was full of empty fuel cans, and by the time she'd finished, the chill had gone and she was beginning to sweat. Heavy traffic snaked down the highway, as well as around and around the parking lot, and she had no idea how she was going to find a way to squeeze into a lane. She saw tense, almost predatory faces turn toward her as vehicles inched past. There was no way she could return the cart to the grocery store and leave her vehicle unattended. It would be broken into and her supplies stolen within half a minute. Her heart pounded from stress. If it was this bad now, what would it be like when there actually was no power, no food to buy? The highway was impossible, so she bumped over the curb into the Taco Bell parking lot and managed to weave her way through parking lots and side streets to a gas station that sold kerosene. The gas pumps were clogged, but she didn't need gas, She was able to park next to the dumpster, close to the kerosene pump. A whipcord lean, white-haired man wearing overalls and a stained John Deere cap was at the pump, an unreadable expression on his face as he watched the parking lot turmoil. Local farmer, she thought. The old-timers like him would likely be the ones who got this area through the approaching crisis, because they knew how to grow food and how to get by without all the modern conveniences. She noted the cost per gallon of the kerosene and did some quick math. She had 4 5-gallon fuel cans for a total of 20 gallons. She pulled out the appropriate cash as she darted into the station and got in line to pay. Just as she had earlier, the station manager had stopped credit card payments. People were cussing, some under their breaths and some not, as they handed over their cash and complained that now they wouldn't have the money to get something to eat on their way home. Mostly tourists, she thought, catching a variety of accents. They were rightfully in a panic to get home. Some of them might live so far away they wouldn't make it. She kept an eye on her vehicle, making sure no one approached it. The people here weren't thinking about groceries, though. They were thinking about gasoline. Turning, she looked at the rows of shelving in the store, mostly empty. The sense of unreality was so strong, she wondered if there were camera crews hidden somewhere, secretly recording everything, because she felt as if she were in the middle of a disaster movie. No buildings were falling sideways, nothing was exploding, no one was screaming or fighting each other. But the tension and barely restrained panic were pushing at everyone. Tension crawled along her veins, and she tried to think what she would do if someone did start fighting here in this crowded store. How would she get out? Should she get behind some shelving, or duck down to the floor and try to crawl out? Would she get trampled? But nothing happened. Despite the tension, the line to pay inched forward. When she reached the clerk, a middle-aged woman whose own face mirrored the stress Selah felt, she handed over the money and said, "Kerosene. I have 4 5-gallon cans." The woman nodded and rang up the sale. Behind Selah, someone said, "I'll give you $50 for those cans." Selah didn't dare look back. She darted out the door and over to her vehicle, where she dragged out the fuel cans, lined them up, and filled them while keeping a weather eye out for anyone approaching her from behind. She'd never fought for anything or with anyone in her life, but she'd fight for these cans of kerosene. Finally, she wrestled the heavy cans back into her SUV and slammed the hatch. With her peripheral vision, she saw a man heading her way, and she quickly used her remote to lock the vehicle, securing everything until she could get to the driver's door. Hearing the beep of the horn that signaled the lock engaging, the man halted and turned away. Breathing fast, Selah unlocked the door, slid in, and quickly locked the vehicle again. She started the motor and the air conditioning blew in her face, evaporating the sweat. Slowly, she reached out and turned off the air conditioning. Mileage mattered.
With takeaway dinner, bought by credit card, for the last time that KFC still took cards, around their habitual kitchen table meeting, the family talked briefly about progress, but it was predictable, so they moved on. Let's recap what we actually have, and what not. Thanks to Mom's shopping nightmare, their everyday provisions were as much as they had space for. Their rainwater tank was full and they had several hordes of water, some unfiltered. Gas stations were refusing to fill any more extra containers, but they had a lot of gas and kerosene because they had started hoarding 2 weeks ago. They also had bicycles and 4 cars with full tanks, but only 3 carports, so one would be chosen to be hidden from sight on the back lawn. They had only 1 gun, but lots of ammunition, a crossbow set, knives, axes and iron sword collection. They had survival kits ready at every bathroom for heat, cold, bad quality air, thirst, hunger, and medical needs. If cell phones collapse, a 2-way radio set would have to do for communication. They had a small orchard of fruit and nut trees, and a mobile chicken coop, with only 2 hens, hidden overnight in a storeroom with lots of feed. They had a collection of seeds, and books about what to do with them. A collection of crucial information, on everything important they could think of, was ready for the survival storage inside a steel case that also contained the most crucial medicines they could obtain before shelves everywhere ran empty. Satisfied that they've done their best, the family slept well until daybreak of Monday, April 2029. Day D-4. In the face of growing rejection, low staff numbers and uproar over lies, some governments became too silent. Your competent and caring government apparently did not foresee a spike in fuel demands. The sight of gas stations with fuel pumps empty was spreading fast everywhere. Soon there would be none, apparently, except in the hands of government. The area was bustling with cars, as some people tried to flee in their cars as D-Day came nearer. To where? Anyway, infrastructure in this area was already stretched to the limit. Roads would very soon clog up completely. By now there was such a crazy uproar on social media that staying informed was becoming difficult. They got better information from watching the area around them from their secret vantage point on the roof, with the telescope and binoculars. The world was going mad, or maybe it always was, the mask just slipped. Having lost all credibility, even among their own police and army, most governments had become ineffective, except for intervening on an ad hoc basis at specific scenes of chaos. Clearly, if the rich or powerful felt threatened, stern action was taken, but ordinary people were on their own. With takeaway dinner, bought with their wads of cash withdrawn over week, around their habitual kitchen table meeting, the family talked briefly and tiredly about progress. Mostly, Sheila reported an aborted visit to another neighborhood meeting.
They had no organized form of government. Okay, everyone think. While we still have phones and internet, let's contact everyone we can and set up a community center. There was one logical answer. Tomorrow afternoon, if we get hit the way they say we will, we'll meet at the school. Everyone who wants to attend can, but at the very least, each neighborhood should be represented. We need a list of residents, their addresses, next of kin, and how to contact them. That was hard to say, but had to be put out there. Put the word out. Try to get as many people to attend as we can. The people who can walk the distance should, to save gas. At the very least, people should share rides. Once we're there, we'll make a plan for the days to come. Days, she said. Not weeks and months. She didn't want to bring the panic back to those who had managed to dismiss it. We can elect a community leader at that time.
Thinking and acting in a leadership vacuum, many people were leaving for the countryside. Day D-3. They finally installed the iron frames over the baths, meant to protect them from large debris. At the hole dug in their backyard, the frame was meant to support a roof to cover key provisions underground. Basically, they were as ready as they could be. All the roads going out were gridlocked long before nightfall, after which chaos ensued. From their secret observation post on the roof, they could see the main road going over the mountain, and hear the sounds of angry people. Where did they think they were going without gas stations? The only direction in which one gas tank could get you out of the vast slum areas at the edges of the metropolis was north. And there was nothing there except moving closer to the suspected impact zone. Not only would traffic jams eat up precious fuel, it could also deplete car batteries at night. Yet everyone was doing it. Noise carries far at night, but Ian was sure he heard far-off gunfire. Day D-2. Neighborhood roads were becoming dangerous, but Ian did have to drive somewhere. Trying to find his brother again, Ian this time at least found a note pinned to the front door. Ian, we are with family. If the worst happens and things fall apart, some of us are going to go to that hidden place you suggested when we still joked around about an apocalypse. I hope you remember. I told Charlie and the Colonel, and your idea suddenly caught on. We even figured out the main water pumps. Signed, David. Well, in an otherwise useless community, it would appear there was a group with a plan. He was grateful and took the note home to discuss what it meant. Their focus of their final preparations was local. The only reminders that a bigger world exists were rumors of coup attempts in Chile, Somalia, Georgia, and more worryingly, North Korea. A highly anticipated White House press briefing was abruptly cancelled. Other worthwhile news was scarce. Nonsense filled the last stories humanity were busy with on mass media that night. Day D-1. Last night was restless, with definite sounds of gunfire and even explosions far away. Electricity went on and off sporadically, and water pressure was low in all the taps. They spent the day practicing. There was a basic set of drills: what to do the next day, what to do in case of a breach of security in their yard, what to do if they had to leave quickly, what to do in a medical emergency, how to operate the radios and weapons. Everyone had to finish reading their key survival information before it was put in the underground storage. Sheila fought back tears, but the men became very task-oriented. The next night would be a short one. D-Day. Day 0, Good Friday, April 13, 2029. Apophis served its name, God of Chaos, well. The power of its erratic path, at 3.7 meters per second, combined with the gravitational pull of both Earth and Moon, tore its 20 million tons of mountainous rock in two. True to its erratic movement, the two parts split and then banged together again, smashing into each other, so near and forceful that those foolish or brave enough to watch saw it. The larger part, 180 meters in diameter, stayed intact, shedding only a few stones that would become a meteor shower. The slightly smaller half shattered during the collision, creating many parts that would become massive meteor showers. More dangerously, it slung 5 large bits on new paths that nobody could have predicted. A building-sized 50-meter-long shard of the very hard space rock was first to hit the Earth, veering off toward the coast of Malaysia, hitting the sea close to North Sumatra. A plume of smoke grew above the massive tsunami speeding away from the explosion, equivalent to 200 million tons of TNT. The tectonic fault line known as the Ring of Fire rumbled. The acting Prime Minister of India issued an angry statement about how they've been kept in the dark, and how their requests to help deter the asteroid were ignored, as if India mattered less than the USA. Then she disappeared into a bunker despite coastal evacuations being incomplete. Tsunamis hit the coast of most Indian Ocean nations. The government of the USA stayed quiet. Somewhere unimportant, a family of 4 in their ordinary suburban home high above sea level, were lying awake until their wake-up alarms went off. Then they sent each other more messages on WhatsApp, which still worked despite a crumbling system. They had their final talk last night, but still shared some encouragement. Then they dressed in bathing suits and went to submerge in the baths of water waiting for them, breathing straws ready, in case the worst happened. In each of the 3 bathrooms, their survival kits were laid out and ready. The waiting began. The main event, the resilient half of Apophis, impacted the Earth next. As secretly predicted by world players, who had decided it was less of a risk than trying to launch nuclear bombs at the asteroid, the impact was in Iran, though a few hundred miles further west and north than expected. This explosion, like 500 million tons of TNT, was not an extinction-level event on its own, but nonetheless tragic. The thud was felt as far as Africa and China, and blew open a crater of almost 4 miles across. It kicked trillions of bits of ejecta into the atmosphere, some of which began to drift away, but all eventually fell back to Earth. From that height, each of the trillions of falling particles, pebbles and dust, eventually sped up to terminal velocity and burst into flame. First the greatest shockwave in the history of mankind, and then a gigantic firestorm, circled out around the blast site. It ignited the air around it. The Earth was in danger of becoming a huge combustion chamber, an inferno that would obliterate life. The elites were arguably safe in their bunkers, but most of mankind were unprepared, at best had some emergency supplies, at worst were stuck on a highway or close to an ocean. One little family lay submerged due to Ian's anxieties, but would it be enough? But the ejecta of this collision was not enough to reach full combustion. As the circle of fire reached 1,000 miles from impact, it spluttered and turned into isolated firestorms. With the last monsoon season a failure and the region parched, the worst part of the wall of fire lasted well into Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, and northern India, adding to the harm of the tsunami in the south. This, combined with a fast rise in global temperature and various other blasts and meteor showers, turned into localized fires and burning ash, eventually reaching the furthest corners of the Earth. Areas that had just been swamped with rain, in cases like southern Africa, northern Europe, and South America abnormally so, and ironically areas hit by tsunamis, cooled down faster, creating large areas that did not catch fire. Smoldering ash and debris would eventually reach everywhere though, in combination with subsequent events. There was no current news on the internet, even where it spluttered to life for a moment or two. Ian and his family relied on their planning and research, to decide how long to wait and what to do next. Apophis was even more chaotic than they had feared though. More or less at the same time as the impact in Iran, a 25-meter-sized piece of rock that was kicked out when Apophis collided with itself, landed within sight of the beach a few miles northeast of Dar es Salaam. A smaller but widespread tsunami sped at the east coast of Africa and the Indian Ocean islands. The impact was felt like a distant earthquake throughout Africa, and volcanic activity thought dormant, rumbled in the Great Rift Valley. Falling ejecta from this 2-mile-wide crater added to the fire in the sky spreading from Iran. Areas of extreme drought and heat at the time like Somalia, Sudan, Chad, Tunisia, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Dubai, and Syria went up in flames. Recently flooded areas of the Nile Valley and Israel broke the threatening circle of fire up again, turning it into local firestorms. Apophis still failed to deliver an extinction-level event because it was simply not large enough. Mankind would deliver much of the apocalypse on itself, the god of chaos just helped. The remaining 3 main chunks of Apophis landed in a line stretching west-northwest from the main site in Iran. Rocks ejected by the larger half of the asteroid rained down on southern Europe in a meteor shower. Because Apophis consisted of surprisingly dense rock and metal, even some pebble-sized bits did not burn out before hitting the ground. Every bit of it became missiles raining down on the Earth, causing more localized fires and small explosions. The spate of meteor showers lighting up the sky looked like the asteroid had dragged stars down with it. A large chunk, 40 meters in diameter, crashed into the Atlantic Ocean. It sent a massive plume of smoke, debris, and vapor into the atmosphere, adding to the rain of fire and smoke turning the sky red. A major tsunami raced in both directions, hitting parts of Portugal and the Atlantic Islands, and drowning New York and the east coast of the North America as far south as North Carolina. A major meteor shower began to rain down on Northern California and adjacent dry areas, where forest fires mysteriously already burned. In Australia too, bushfires also already raged out of control before Apophis even arrived. Again, the raging firestorms were not big enough to ignite into a global wall of fire. Very wet and cool areas in the Midlands of the USA interrupted the spread of fire. FEMA was already active, and did what they could, in some of these areas due to fire disaster declarations and, in New York due to a preemptive tsunami disaster declaration, but at federal level the government of the USA stayed eerily silent at this hour. A smaller piece, not large enough to survive, forcefully exploded just before hitting the northern Pacific Ocean. The shock wave was felt as far as Australia, and 20-feet-high tsunamis sped toward California, Hawaii, Alaska, Japan, and the area where the borders of China, Russia and North Korea met. Again, the Pacific Ring of Fire rumbled. Finally, a huge sixth element of Apophis slammed into eastern Siberia with unprecedented force, causing tremors to spread southward through China and Japan toward the Ring of Fire fault line. The blast blew a crater of several miles wide into the earth and hurled tons of smoke and ejecta into the atmosphere, starting a smaller rain of fire once again over isolated areas. In North Korea, suffering from long-term drought and famine, fires spread fastest. Several moderate earthquakes and aftershocks shook Los Angeles and San Francisco. On the other side of the northern Pacific, 6 volcanoes erupted along the Ring of Fire. 5 of them merely had small lava flows and rumbling, but the 6th, Krakatoa, erupted violently, spewing more ash and dust into the atmosphere. Not quite as big as its famous eruptions, but, combined with what Apophis had done, it added to a thick layer of smoke and dust, turning the sky red far and wide. The god of chaos had landed and mankind would do the rest of his work. Where were the governments appointed and funded to protect and help? It was as if Earth and its dominant species, mankind, waited breathlessly while the Apophis, god of chaos, drowned the world and all its fauna and flora in destruction and despair. At some point it would stop mattering which country in the world you are in, the global village and the privileges it centered around technological access, disappeared with the internet and reliable electricity. Many survivors everywhere were in the same boat unwittingly because long-distance communication had collapsed. In this boat what mattered was your medical condition, the damage to local infrastructure and environment, and your ability to adapt and to find important resources. Therefore this journal describes one anonymous family which could be you. At the pre-agreed time Ian, Sheila, Marius, and Biff emerged from their baths unscathed. Finding their phones and electricity completely dead, the others could at first not reach Biff, who did not have a two-way radio unit with him. A big worry was a large explosion, that had sounded as near as their own yard, when the heat, noise, and tremors were at its worst. At first glance everything seemed all right. Without moving from their bathrooms they tried the two-way radio and spoke to Marius. He had a view of the backyard and said, "I am fine but sorry Dad, your car, the one for which we had no carport, caught fire and exploded. Something must have fallen on it because there were no flames inside, just a wave of heat and noise. Was there radiation in that too?" The tops of the trees they could see, did not look well. The three of them decided the time had come, as planned, to come together in the corridor and set about implementing their plans. First priority was to go to the garden flat and check on Biff. With the other two keeping lookout, Marius put on their only full-function gas mask and their master keys, to unlock a path to Biff and fetch him. His expertise on astrophysics was crucial. The apocalypse had arrived to an unknown extent, and they'd face it together, the four of them, as planned. Though historical calendar calculations were debatable, some say this Good Friday was exactly 2,000 years since the crucifixion, and today certainly looked historically key enough for that. The Apophis Asteroid Apocalypse, and its aftermath, will be continued in Episode 8. Apophis Asteroid Apocalypse Episode 8, written by J.M. Conradi. Continued from Episode 7. Apophis had landed, the day of reckoning was here. What were the mythical gods if not an expression of nature's power? Apophis, so-called god of chaos, certainly was a realistic and even prophetic expression. It is inevitable with so many pieces of rock rotating in random ways around random centers but all possessing gravity and power that pulls mass together, that some would collide with Earth. And periodically they did. During the brief reign of mankind in Earth's almost endless history, no more powerful collision would be known than Apophis. It dwarfs all others. But it, in turn, was dwarfed by what hit the Earth during the reign of the dinosaurs, and so forth. There is always a bigger one, a wise man once said. They had pumped out more than half of the fuel tank to fill up all their other containers to the rim. With its low ground clearance, the Elantra would have been a vehicle of nothing more than sentimental value in an apocalyptic world anyway. They would spend their first day mostly inside, testing the air outside and gathering information before setting the rest of their plans in motion. Nothing modern worked, except battery-driven equipment and a feeble trickle of water in the taps. Ian privately hoped that trickle would dry up soon, and circled out from all 6 major crash sites but petered out, having set dry bush areas and exposed buildings alight until the energy of its limited ejecta was exhausted. It covered everything with ash and dust, but it was washed away where water flowed. It turned the sky red, but only poisonous in some areas. Teenage boys can cause immense harm, and it did. Combined with volcanic eruptions, the quality of sunlight reaching the planet's surface dipped ominously low in most parts of the world. Details of this, most ordinary people did not know. Communications networks were down all across the world, and repairing it seemed an insurmountable task. Some satellites were even destroyed. Ordinary people who survived only knew what had happened locally, and tried to deal with that. Disconcertingly, except for some local authorities and FEMA projects activated in time, the planet's loudest players, the USA government and mainstream media, stayed silent. The real monsters of the planet, organized humans, would soon eclipse the destructive power of Apophis. For the first time in weeks, takeaway services were not available, so dinners now consisted of perishable goods. Ian's family still had a lot of that, even though it made for weird combinations, like gas-fried cabbage and lard, with lots of milk tart dessert. They had dug up their generator, but used it only to power one geyser and a small fridge for part of the day, and to spoil themselves with an hour of soon-to-be-extinct entertainment. An extra thick cloud of ash and dust blew in from the north early on day D1, so they switched on the solar-powered air conditioner on low to filter the air inside. Outside, masks had to be worn as they dug up their emergency hoard, fed the chickens, checked on plants, and spied from the lookout point. Visibility was very low, and the extreme heat of day 0 was cooling down rapidly. There were still sporadic explosions, gunfire and hooting, but too far away to see anything in the murk. It was frustrating to have no source of outside information or communication. They had no idea what was going on, even when the tap water dried up, by Ian's estimation, 2 days too early for a reservoir that had no electric pumps anymore. What was going on would slowly filter through to them much later. The coup in North Korea was aggravated by famine and significant asteroid damage. In desperation, the coup leader launched 6 nukes, intended to paralyze the South Korean military and their support from Japan and Guam. All of it failed, except one that was shot down too close to Japan, resulting in devastating fallout, and one that lost direction, fell into the sea, causing a tsunami in South Korea and anger in China. Russia and China reacted like they were both ready and waiting, rushing over the border to seize Korean land. Barely alive, South Korea and Japan both focused on their own borders as North Korea fell. All this was made easy late at night on day 0, by a coup attempt in the underground bunker housing much of the government of the USA. The vice president was missing, and the president was accused of the worst negligence in the history of the republic. Millions were dead, spare parts lacked to repair the power grid, strategic health supplies would run out within a week, contact with several nuclear sites were inoperable, and key information had clearly been withheld. The Speaker and Secretary of State launched a Section 25 indictment of the President, but half of Secret Services and other bunker inhabitants felt the legal process was not followed, and Cabinet did not have enough votes. Too many Cabinet members were missing but their deaths not confirmed. A firefight ensued inside the bunker, and also outside, where the military picked sides, and vied for control of media, communication hubs, energy, and other supplies. This fight paralyzed and silenced the USA for several days, while coastal areas lay devastated, and receiving only minimal FEMA assistance. This silence and weakness also emboldened even darker plans in the Middle East. Parts of that unhappy area were devastated, but Israel, spared from the wall of fire, used its Iron Dome to shoot down several large pieces of falling ejecta to limit the damage. Soon that dome would face a bigger challenge. With half the country destroyed, a rogue faction took control of some or Iran's nuclear sites. But all this was still unknown to a faraway family implementing their survival plans, just like many other ordinary families, the lucky ones who had avoided serious harm and had made some preparations. What they did know, probably clearer than most, was that some semi-worst case scenario was playing out locally, or even globally. Instead of having too much time for worries, they busied themselves with adapting to a strange new world. Especially in rural areas or low-density suburbs, the visibility was initially too low to facilitate much contact. One could almost imagine an empty world. If only it was. To be continued in Episode 9. Apophis Asteroid Apocalypse Episode 9, written by J. M. Conradi. Continued from Episode 8. Day D+2. Sheila did not attend the community meeting as scheduled, and they doubted many would. There was a thick atmosphere of shock, disaster, and fear hiding in the murky air. Nobody expected it to be like this, and despite their best intentions, most people had suddenly tried to flee somewhere by car on April 10, when it became clear the global elite had fled to secret bunkers. Marius reported from the lookout that none of their 3 neighbors were active, and several buildings in the direction of the school were smoldering ruins. With the telescope he only once fleetingly saw humans through the murky air, and could not find them again. Operating a telescope that accurately was tricky, they were still learning. That fleeting moment was very disturbing though, and most of their family meeting that evening was spent on that, instead of the mundane progress of their survival plans. The people Marius saw, seemed wounded, by burns, radiation or toxic air and water, and violently crazy. They were vandalizing or they were looting. From a distance those look similar. Without discussing it yet, Ian used his lookout shift to focus the telescope on the mountain reserve just to the north. He imagined that he saw some movement there, but could not see more. He had not yet discussed Plan B with his family because the idea that they might have to leave their safe house would be traumatic. Make no mistake, people were in a state of shock after the greatest natural disaster in the history of human civilization, and complete betrayal by government, governance, society, and the media. Everyone just dealt with it differently, but shock and fear were simmering just below the surface. Plan B had to wait a while. Let's wallow in some kind of normalcy for a day or two. Each one of them was busy with routine tasks. Even having potable water from the rainwater tank was a lot of work. To boil the water, one first had to make fire, and they were working on their stock of wood in fear of running out of fuel. Making charcoal would take months, so it had to start. Then using and washing the filters without water taps. How did people cope before technological conveniences? As they worked, something else worried them. Were there faraway rumbles or tremors, or was it their imagination? Only much later would they piece together what was happening to the world at this point. Just when the volcanoes were beginning to simmer down, the two failed nuclear explosions caused by North Korea reignited the unease in nature. Just when Russia and China began negotiating the division of Korea, world peace was thrown into chaos by events in the Middle East. A rogue faction fighting a new revolution in Iran announced a jihad and launched tactical nukes against Israel. With the USA paralyzed, they thought that nation would be weak. They were wrong. The Dome of Iron did its job, but poor technology caused two mishaps with Iran's attack. A low-potency nuclear device missed the target and fell in Jordan, destroying Petra, and one blew up in Iran. Accusations flew back and forth, and distrust escalated. Israel only used what little of its air force was still operational, to attack missile sites, but several nations believed the explosion in Iran was a nuclear attack from Jerusalem. Struggling governments in Europe would send diplomats to the region to personally convey messages to warn and calm down the call for war, but they would largely be too late. Communication and transport were slow, except inside the trained military. A joint force was dispatched to northern Israel by several armies with or without the consent of any government. Having lost contact with Washington for days, small U.S. forces in the region decided to converge on Israel to help their ally. A horrible battle would ensue at the Mount of Megiddo by day D+6 despite threats and pleas by Europe, China, and Egypt, where a moderate government was still clinging to power amid regional disasters and famine. Despite the major nuclear powers not being involved, the fallout of 4 nuclear explosions further contaminated the atmosphere by day D+6, the 2 from North Korea, and 2 by Iran. Depending on where the wind blew clouds to, many water sources became contaminated, and when radiation from the Apophis strikes receded, invisible nuclear radiation affected some areas. A dire short-term future awaited agriculture in large parts of the world. It was the worst kind of apocalypse. Billions of humans had survived, but collectively the world economy was being destroyed. Those who think the market system was superfluous for such a large population, and could be replaced by local or government-controlled production, were about to experience firsthand what a global Zimbabwe would feel like. But there would be no chance to repent and turn back. Everyone's worst intentions were taking control of Earth. Unaware of all that at the time, they slept exhausted but under the false impression that their home was still as safe and nurturing as always despite the apocalypse. During the night there were faraway screams coming closer. It would later become clear that local wars for resources had already begun, and something even worse. Day D+3, fuel had been almost impossible to obtain for a week now to refill the gas tanks of vehicles or generators. The far-off sound of generators woke him in the night. Really? Were people trying to run out of gas within the first week? His family was rationing the use of fuel as much as possible. Except for the one that exploded, their cars and fuel containers were all filled up, but Ion did make 1 or 2 sorties to check out the neighborhood in the direction of the nearest gas stations. The area was eerily quiet and empty. Many appeared to have fled in their cars when the heat, the ash, the lack of electricity and the panic of not being told what to do took hold. They were probably stuck in gridlock somewhere on a highway, with dwindling fuel tanks if they survived the fires, poisonous clouds, and burning debris. In fact, with their telescope he did catch a glimpse or two of elevated main roads in the distance, all packed with motionless vehicles. In an area with more cars than adults due to virtually non-existent public transport, the roads simply could not deal with a mad exodus exacerbated by damage to the infrastructure. Where were people trying to go to? It did not make sense except if they thought this was only a local disaster. In the afternoon there was some rain, but Biff tested some raindrops and found them full of toxins, probably collected in the atmosphere. They kept the inflow of their rainwater tank closed. Their geysers ran empty, would have to be manually refilled with buckets of rainwater, so they decided to limit showers to 3 minutes per person per week. Ian wondered whether they'll be safe that long. That night, gunshots and screams were much too close to them, and on day D+4 Marius noted what looked like a crazed crowd on a mall's rooftop, visible by telescope a few miles away. Nothing on that roof, so were they also scouting after emptying the mall? Too far away to see detail, but they behaved strangely. Irrationally he wondered whether their roof-high avocado pear tree, now loaded with mature fruit, would be visible that far? Events far away in the Middle East were careering out of control, but they knew nothing about that at the time. Later in retrospect, what seemed to keep the world from all-out nuclear war were Russia and China keeping each other in check with warnings, given the silence of the USA. Britain and northern France still functioned and spent precious jet fuel sending representatives armed with solar satellite phones to a few important countries. Negotiations were stripped down to basics, but famine and polluted water would soon cause an inward focus by most government remnants in the short term. With street lights out, the question by night became whether to have any light for visibility, or to have darkness to avoid being visible. Ian's family chose the latter. He had one infrared scope, so they took turns as night watchmen using the infrared to see. Invisibility soon turned out to be a wise choice. To be continued in episode 10. Apophis Asteroid Apocalypse Episode 10, written by J. M. Conradi. Continued from Episode 9. The family was increasingly wary of moving around outside the fence of their yard, because of what they had seen from their lookout point to the south, where the major population centers were. The nearing sounds of chaos heard in the darkness of night did not help either. At 3 in the morning of day D+7, Sheila was on night watch duty when it happened. A large crowd was moving through their sparsely populated neighborhood and setting houses on fire, like a maddened mob. Now and then a person would be visible through the infrared scope, and they looked like they did with the telescope by night. It was not their apocalyptic physical appearance of wounds, burn marks, sick pallor, or emaciated frames that shocked. It was the eyes. There was no hope left, extreme conditions and utter abandonment by governments and media, they believed. From his apocalyptic research, Ian had said it was the crazed eyes of despair, before famine would lead to cannibalism. Sheila could see no logic or goal in what was happening that night. It was simply a rage of vandalism, to destroy the suburb. If resources or pleasures were gathered by it, those were coincidental to simple wanton destruction. The quiet of the past few days was belied by the sounds now and then, of screams or gunfire as the mob moved through. It was the desperate sound of isolated pockets of resistance by homeowners. Was the seventh day of bereavement the end of mankind's resistance to mass psychosis? This was more or less the same time, they later heard, that war broke out in Israel around Megiddo Mountain. Strange unmarked planes, a rarity while global fuel supply lines were spluttering, contested Israel's traditional air superiority in the area. China, perhaps. Given the lack of satellite coverage, many things about this period would be unclear, or even never get solved. Apart from the 4 nuclear blasts identified after Apophis, another massive blast struck outside Baghdad, near the ancient site of Babylon, but nobody knew where that came from. Nobody was there to test for fallout. Surely that was not an accurate hit by anyone, so was it a mistake, or a missile shot down, that obliterated Babylon? Whoever all the actors were, jostling for position in the chaos, almost all oil delivery and pipelines through the Middle East, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and surrounding areas grinded to a halt. Whether fuel delivery routes or history was the cause, sporadic fighting around Israel escalated into full-scale regional war. Brussels recovered sufficiently to speak, and Europe was ordered to stay out of the conflict. Russia and China didn't dare open involvement either, wary of each other's ambitions, but weaponry and unmarked technology participating, were mentioned in later reports. If a warlord supported by China made inroads, unmarked suspicious-looking technology from somewhere would be used to weaken that force, to keep the war in balance. At least one U.S. aircraft carrier was providing limited help to Israel, careful to only take defensive action, and appearing to act without Washington. Sheila woke the others, upset by what was happening in the night. Taking turns with the infrared scope, they kept watch to see if their house would be attacked too. The mob sounded close, when 2 men appeared in the front section of their yard where the fence was low. They were doing something to the front corners of the house. The mob seemed attracted to sound in the darkness, so to use a gun would be suicidal, but arson could not be allowed inside their yard. Assuring Sheila that all would be fine, and she could cover him with the gun if needed, Ian put on their only, illegal in this area, bulletproof vest, and his helmet. Then he took his best long sword, and gloves from its special closet. Time to put all those hours of practice to use. He slipped out through a quiet side entrance and watched from the shadows. There were still only 2 men in his yard, but they were using fuel pallets and lighters to set his house on fire. He stepped from the shadow onto a wide open patch of lawn, and said in a growl, "Stop. This house is protected, you'd better leave." To scream at them, could attract more mobsters. They were so young. They were smaller than him, but their actions were not as crazy as their eyes, wide and white in their sooty faces. Armed with knives, they quietly separated to attack him from 2 sides. As if sickened by the toxic air and rainwater of the past few days, they were slow. If handled well, the tip of a double-handed longsword can strike its target at 140 miles per hour. The tip can reach as far as 2 meters from the body of the swordsman. 20 seconds later, both attackers lay bleeding and groaning on the grass, and he was panting with exertion and horror. If they shouted for help, his family would be massacred. Silently he pirouetted between the 2 wounded attackers, stabbed their heads, turned them into silent, gaping corpses. Nothing except war would make modern man fit enough for sword battles, he remembered again, as the exertion made him feel faint. His family wanted to come out, but he chased them back, Let's first make very sure there's nobody else targeting us. There was far-off gunfire, and they could hear the mad mob moving away in that direction. There were still some stragglers, and clearly the whole neighborhood was swarmed. How many thousands of crazed individuals were on the move, merely bent on the destruction of everything that reminded of a world gone by. Most were young men, but they thought they also saw some women in the throng. Where did they come from, and where were they headed, and, more importantly, why were there similar sounds far away on opposite sides of the city? Were several mobs prowling, looking for areas not yet burned down, by either the asteroid or by man, the destroyer? When they were sure it's safe, his sons moved the two corpses out to the street, to an area where there were one or two other dead bodies in the street. Yes, we are now barbarians too, Ian thought. We don't bury attackers, our only goal is to attract no attention to our house. Although he'd military service long ago, he suddenly felt nauseous. There would be no further sleep soon, so they made breakfast, the last fresh bread, now almost stale, and held a kitchen table meeting. The situation is worse than we made ourselves believe, I think. The level of sunlight is significantly lower, the rain is occasionally toxic, systems of economy and government stopped functioning, and very large numbers of humans are in a hopeless situation, said Biff. We need information about what is going on. I am picking up a radio signal from the mountain reserve, in addition to seeing glimpses of activity up there, said Marius. So, Ian decided to tell them everything about Plan B, beginning with that note from David that he already showed them. He ended off with, I wanted us to first recover from the trauma of the worst tragedy in history, before telling you we might have to evacuate our safe house, but the time has come. If we go, it will only be temporarily. We will secure everything here to return later, maybe even return repeatedly. We will always have this place. And we did rehearse an evacuation plan, we just never talked about the destination. The mountain reserve is that destination. As club members we have a key to a gate in the reserve fence, and according to David's note at least he and some others we know, may be there. And there's fresh water. Their potable water supply was dwindling. Boiling and filtering water from the rainwater tank proved tedious, and the rain now had to be tested every time before allowing it into the tank. But mostly, the mobs made it unsafe for now. This is what lay ahead in future episodes, while the world adjusted to apocalyptic times, or the masses died leaving only the lucky, or unlucky, depending on your perspective. Apophis Asteroid Apocalypse Episode 11, written by J.M. Conradi. Continued from Episode 10. The act of killing and dumping two bodies to protect his home, haunted Ian. It is all fine and dandy, to collect a massive survivalist horde for the apocalypse, but how to prepare for it psychologically? How does one prepare for becoming a barbarian without also losing your soul? Civilization and spirit are not as intertwined as popularly believed. Surely there were many decent human beings, before inventions like copper or iron working, and agriculture, kick-started the famous cycle of civilization building. Yet it felt like his soul had bled out a little that night. Upon reaching the gate of the mountain reserve next day, they parked on the sidewalk, hoping to be able to open the parking ground from inside. Then they unhitched their small trailer, to be pulled by hand from here. A few trips would be needed to also empty their 3 vehicles. All those years the club resisted projects of the city to rezone and build there, petitioning, and publicizing the plants and animals, and warding off security complaints with a high fence and a community watch. The parking area was in the private yard of a club member, closed up, but several motor cars visible inside. When Ian tried to insert his rare key to open the mountain club's side gate, 2 men in camouflage appeared and said, "Stop. This area is now guarded, entrance strictly private. Why should we let you in?" Their guns were not aimed at him, but still looked menacing. This was not what the family expected after their short but arduous drive from their home to the mountain. Really not much higher than a hill, less than 2 miles from their home. The mountain reserve fence began about halfway up the hill where property development was halted. This small nature reserve gave welcome respite inside the sprawling suburbs around. Driving there, however, had reinforced their difficult decision to evacuate their home. Biff was thinking whether other people were doing the same. One of the 2 guards was talking on a 2-way radio, while the other one was clearly trying to get Ian and his family to go away. "I am a key-carrying mountain club member, and your sanctuary was originally my plan," protested Ian calmly. "Those days are gone, dude. Now we only allow those who bring enough value to the group," said the guard, a very young man or teenager. "Right," sighed Ian, "this is the value we bring," and he handed over his meticulous inventory list of goods, all 10 pages of it. The guard's eyes grew wide, and he began with a new objection, but his companion interrupted him. "Sorry sir, what is your name?" "I am Ian, and I think my brother Dave is already here with you." The older guard replied, "Good thing I radioed our HQ. This man is the one we've been waiting for, the missing council member Ian, the visionary who created the mountain sanctuary plan we implemented. Yours is one of only 6 keys we know of. You are welcome to unlock the gate, and bring in everything, sir." Then he added cautiously, "We do have a rule about weapons though. Nobody is allowed to carry in guns or bows, until you are confirmed in a job that requires it. The colonel is very adamant about that, simply because of the abnormal situation we are in." "Colonel Charlie is here too?" asked Ian rhetorically, then reluctantly told his family to hand over weapons, after first removing all ammunition. "I hope that does not include my collection of swords." He nodded in the direction of the long sword sheath on his back. Slightly taken by surprise, the guard said, "Probably not." Then they began the arduous job of carrying half of their survivalist hoard up the hill, leaving more long-term items in the 1 car they were allowed to park in the small secure parking area. The 2 older cars had to be left on the sidewalk. To the surprise of everyone except Ian, who measured it long ago, their small trailer precisely fitted through the gate, reducing the number of trips, with 4 men pulling it up a small gravel road. On that road they could see some bicycle and horse tracks. The light was dim even though close to noon, and the heat had dissipated quickly that April, ushering in an early autumn. The air quality, though, seemed to improve as the gentle but increasing slope led them higher. The colonel and council members were talking about the last week, when they heard that Ian, the strategist who designed their mountain hideaway, and his family had arrived at the gate. This is what they were talking about.
Charlie declared martial law. We are moving all medical supplies here to the firehouse and any food that can still be retrieved from the supermarkets, but most of that got cleaned out. I saw Food Lion. But all of the markets? Well, sir, I guess you could say it was a riot. Folks just started storming into the markets, taking what they wanted and then getting out. It got pretty ugly there for a while, mostly the outsiders. Outsiders? You know, the folks from the highway.
And so, Ian, Sheila, Marius and Biff found a new home, in a hostile new world, hidden from view in a large indentation on the flat top of that mountain reserve. Outside such sanctuaries, the world was going mad, local skirmishes echoing the stupid global war igniting around the globe. To be continued in Episode 12. Apophis, by J. M. Conradi. Episode 12. Some of the mountain reserve families had purely out of habit, brought fresh food instead of canned food. After a raiding party brought in more fresh produce, in imminent danger of spoiling, 2 days were designated for a mass canning project. There was no way they could afford to use generators for fridges, and the solar panels they collected would not be able to start a fridge. While raiding parties focused on canning needs, such as glass jars and salt, most of the community gathered round gas stoves to can as much as possible. The rest of the produce had to be eaten within a day, so the next day would be a day of feasting. Having missed out on Easter due to the apocalypse, they designated this as an Easter feast to lift spirits. In order to actually sterilize jars, they need to be submerged in, covered by, boiling water for 10 minutes. Gas stoves were used because the night sounds of horror outside their security area reminded them, large-scale fire or smoke, even in the depression in the tabletop summit of the reserve, could attract attention. The boiled water would be recycled thereafter. It took a lot of water in large pots and even one small metal bath, to fully submerge all their jars. Before the raiding party came back successfully, Ion's own hoard of glass jars gave them a useful start for the day. Was raiding still the right word though? All malls were already gutted, there was no rule of law, they never attacked anyone, although they did break and enter occasionally. Canning is a method of preserving that involves applying heat to food, in a closed glass canning jar and removing air from the jar to create a seal. This process stops the spoilage, thus making it shelf-stable. Always begin with a reputable and tested recipe. There is a science behind the amounts of sugar, salt, or vinegar, as well as the processing time for each recipe. None of the ingredient amounts or processing time should be altered, unless the recipe says you can. Many tried and tested recipes can be found in the Ball's Blue Book of Canning, which Ian had bought 10 days before the apocalypse. Everyone was now reading it as if it was a popular novel. Wash and sterilize your cutting board, knife, or any other equipment you will use to prepare your recipe. Use ripe, unblemished produce for preserving. This will ensure that your finished product will not only taste delicious, but will have the right color, and eliminate any bacteria living in the spoiled part of the fruit or vegetable. Wash all produce in warm water with a food-safe detergent before cooking it according to your chosen recipe. Your produce can be contaminated with bacteria, viruses, and parasites at any point from the garden to your table. This will keep your food safe from contaminants before you start canning. In a small saucepan, keep the rings and lids in hot water until needed. Don't underestimate the speed by which contamination can slip in. Leave the jars in the hot water until ready to be filled. Add your hot preserves into the jar with a funnel. Leave the appropriate amount of headspace as your recipe recommends, between the top of the food and the level of the lid, for creating a vacuum when food cools down. Wipe down the lip of the jars with a clean towel, and then add the lid and ring. Once processed, let the jars sit undisturbed on the counter, or pot, if pressure canning, until cooled. You will hear the signature ping, once the jar is sealed by the air inside shrinking and creating a vacuum at the top. The lid will be concave, and will not give when pressed. Any jars that did not seal can be reprocessed or refrigerated. Store the jars without their rings in a cool, dry place. The rings are only needed to align the lids to the jars, and could be removed before storage. The lids will not pop off, unless the seal is broken. Store the food in a cool, dry place where the seals cannot be interfered with. Always check whether the seal had remained concave, before opening and serving the food. Food poisoning is serious, even more so after the apocalypse without proper medical care and meds. Day D+10, one of the most gruesome postulations made under chaos theory for the unlikely event of an apocalypse, is, the worst kind of apocalypse, would be one that destroyed the world economy but not decimate the human population. When the fires, explosions, tsunamis, and limited nuclear strikes were over, almost 90% of the world's population still survived when global famine struck. Though coups were still ongoing in many countries openly or in secret, the idea of large-scale war and death on a nationalist basis dissipated while governments struggled with inner turmoil, broken infrastructure, and lack of telecommunication. Large-scale conflict in North Korea was largely settled, while it dwindled on disinterestedly between land forces of India, Pakistan, and China. Only in the Middle East did the flame of war still burn bright. Therefore, 6 billion surviving people, many not in a good state of health and mind, began to compete for dwindling resources in the absence of most systems of law, order, electricity, and communication down except for small local pockets. Like most common folk struggling to come to grips with what happened locally in the absence of almost all long-distance communication, Ian was unaware of the global status and scale. However, he could guess much of it because of his years-long interest in the apocalypse. And it had him very worried, even though the hidden mountain reserve community was palpably safer than their house had been. All around them in the distance were worse areas, some of the most densely populated, poverty-stricken dangerous areas of the world. The only exceptions within reach of one tank of gas were the wild outback in the far north, and the five-star hotels, boutiques, and palaces of the financial district to the south, before the desert. In some countries there were safe open countryside expanses to flee to, but many people did not have that option. This community would have to be prepared to fight for survival together, and he had to discuss their preparedness with the colonel and the council, as soon as possible. Although the White House was still eerily silent after issuing initial emergency rulings, admirals organized the returning Navy into a Pacific and an Atlantic group, both still powerful, to patrol the Pacific and Atlantic coastlines and islands against any possible threat to the waning and silent Republic. They sent out unauthorized but chilling warnings on shortwave frequency to warn any possible aggressors. Most other powerful nations did more or less the same thing, protecting the status quo and a tremulous peace, as the world reeled. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from that power struggle, their mountain reserve community had a botanist, and several amateur farmers, working on long-term projects for growing food, though Ian was going to discuss with them the need for low-sunlight fungi, and his tray of mushroom seeds. To be continued in episode 13. The hour-long omnibus versions, of 6 episodes per hour, is only available on YouTube. See the link below, it is free. Here is some amateur footage of their farming endeavors, and other details about this series and about this variety channel. Apophis, by J. M. Conradi. Episode 13, No More Flowers. On the mountain reserve, the council often met, but always in daytime because there was a lights-out policy from dusk till dawn. There was great concern about any light being visible to the crazed hordes that were suspected to still prowl the suburbs below like they did when Ian and his family were almost caught. Although all tents and makeshift shelters were all hidden in an indentation on the mountain top, their visual tests from below showed that anything more than a candle or small lantern would cause a glow visible from afar. It was therefore dangerous to move about at night, choosing between either stumbling around in the dark or risking being seen. Not even their security patrols moved at night. They stood guard in hidden shelters with a few precious infrared viewers, including Ian's, which was mostly carried by Biff, who had joined the mountain bike security team. Gunfire had not been heard at night from some time now, but that was probably because there was no opposition left to the hordes who rarely carried guns. Nobody was complacent yet. They only slept due to pure exhaustion of the work it took to keep a few hundred people alive in this post-apocalyptic nightmare. Day-to-day work had already been organized well before Ian and his family had arrived, therefore council meetings were mostly about security, physical security and food security. Water security was for now basically taken care of due to what was called Ian's strategic plan. The mountain reservoir valves were closed off on April 14, 2029 before gravity could run them dry into the now useless pipe systems in the valleys below. On one of the first mornings that he was there, he convinced the meeting before breakfast of 3 key things. 1. They have to begin long-term preparations for war without guns because ammunition is not only scarce, but gunshots attract attention. Apophis had triggered the worst kind of apocalypse. The world economy had apparently collapsed, but most of the world's population initially survived. First would be this phase of violent mass starvation, followed by more organized local wars growing bigger and bigger until it pits nations against each other. His plan had not anticipated the mass madness of crazed hordes roaming without clear purpose, taking provisions as a secondary byproduct of a prime urge to destroy. Psychology and the bad health of untreated radiation burns, wounds, polluted water, and too many decomposing corpses in cities, had combined to create something he did not foresee. The world had been in a health crisis for a decade now, and many people were already sick and hopeless before 2029, but he didn't realize how close to the brink people were. 2. Plans need to be drawn up for large-scale rainwater hoarding in the next raining season. The reservoirs cannot last forever. Ian told them about tests Biff did on rainwater since April 13, but postulated that it would improve when sunlight improves. Currently all water except that coming from the reservoir tastes bitter, confirmed Charlie. 3. It was urgent that the next supply run does not focus on shopping malls but on a long-term opportunity that will expire soon. He showed them an inventory he had of a nursery about 2 miles to the southeast that specialized in man-sized fruit trees. They could bear fruit by next year but are in containers that are about to run dry. A week from now it would probably be a nursery of dead plants. Recycled water from their by now fortnightly 1-minute showers in the abandoned reserve guard's outhouse was ideal for watering the new orchard. They decided to use precious fuel to send a car pulling Ian's trailer, escorted by motorbikes with delivery baskets. Their resident botanist wanted any vegetable seeds left. "We should also get as much ammonium nitrate as possible," said Ian. What he did not tell them is that he needed it for bombs, not plants. Supply runs were dangerous but Ian had to go along. He left his gun and his sons behind with Sheila despite their protests, so he was armed with his sword. The men with him were one of the usual supply run teams, heavily armed. There were reports of activity in the suburbs but not close, and this expedition was urgent. The nursery looked abandoned, yet on closer inspection he saw some pots, containing flowers of all things, that were not as dry as he expected. Quietly they cut through the fence and he began pointing out the most valuable saplings to load, basically, anything that looked strong and advanced enough to produce fruit next season, plus one sentimental idea that could be risky, the oldest looking avocado sapling. It might take years to bear, but the risk was worth it. "We can't eat lemons," someone complained, but he explained the many uses of lemons until they gave up trying to argue. While the younger men worked, Ian went searching for ammonium nitrate and found not only that, but a hoard of seeds and, strangely enough, biscuits under the shop counter. Clearly nobody had thought this was a shop that would hold food. Little did people know nurseries are gold mines at the start of an apocalypse. They were almost finished when there was the sound of arguing. A haggard old man had arrived on a bike with a pistol, waving it around and jabbering incomprehensibly. Suddenly the watered flowers and the hoard of food made sense. Standing unseen in the shade behind the man, Ian listened to confirm that the man did not seem to have a family. He called the plants his children in a lucid sentence. When the men said they have hundreds of mouths to feed and will not unload their stash, the old man threatened to shoot and Ian's warriors threatened to shoot back. Shortly before, Ian had also heard screams and laughter in the distance. He knew a gunfight could erupt and that would betray them. He had no choice. The man only sensed the sword behind him when it was too late. Unless you're a giant or an axeman, beheading is only for books of fiction in battles. Spines are too tough. You aim the downstroke of the sword at a main artery. There was blood and a horrid gurgle, but the most nauseating of this killing was the fact that it did not make Ian vomit anymore. His fall to barbarism was complete. While the younger men, who had never killed, stared in shock, Ian, and a man who must have been a soldier or one of the few who had to defend previous supply runs to the death, moved quickly to hide the corpse. As an afterthought, Ian grabbed a ceramic cross from a shelf in the shop and put it on the chest of the corpse. Seeing that, one of the men took the rest of the crosses. They were nice and they might need them. The guardian of this nursery would never need anything again. From the color of the man's nails, Ian concluded that he was already dying. The flesh under the nails were dangerously blue. That would explain the rasping cough and demented babble. It did not justify murder though. None of them argued when, on their way back from the second trip with a trailer full of trees and fertilizer, he had them stop at his own house to pick the last of his fruit. With that and the biscuits, at least this supply run not only produced trees, but one breakfast for the whole community. He knew the community would talk about him behind his back from now on, but he also knew that soon the value of a killer would become crystal clear to them. Civilization was over. Though they did not know it at the time, civilization was dying much more violently elsewhere. Had he known what they would eventually discover about world events, he might not have worked so hard to get Maria set up as their community's electronics and communication expert. His goal was to expand their communication ability until they could contact the outside world or at least eavesdrop on it. 2 sets of two-way radios were not their only treasures. They had parts of radio equipment that he hoped Marius could turn into a shortwave receiver with a large aerial. He used to be a licensed radio amateur, something they thought would never be relevant again. Until now. The first week of May 2029 had arrived, and they had secured the short-term means to begin focusing on the long-term. If only the permanently grayish sky of every day was not so symbolic of their lack of light about the future and the bigger picture. To be continued in episode 14. Continued from episode 13. Episode 14, Insurrections. The Mountain Reserve Council called on Ian to explain his murder of the old man at the nursery. His brother Dave and Colonel Charlie, being a soldier, agreed with him, but the others were being goaded by their wives to address the barbarism of this newcomer. They were already living like paupers in tents under insulting conditions, but somewhere a line had to be drawn. Soon civilization will resume, and this event could be reported to the police as murder. They shoved, into neatly boxed corners of their minds, all awareness of millions of recent deaths, to harp on this one. Ian began by explaining himself. I never before even thought of killing or hurting people. He did not add that before April 13, 2029, he was just surviving in a world he had grown 100% disenchanted with. The only worthwhile bit had been his family. This fact he did state, because that was the key. Like the first time I killed 2 attackers at our house and vomited in shock afterwards, my only thought was that my family would die if I did not do this properly. The only reason I am a swordsman, is because my doctor ordered me to get more exercise. History is one of my very few interests, and Meyer class longsword practice was the only exercise that interested me. Knowing history also made me over-aware of historic trends. This led to my suspicions about the typical propaganda narrative about Apophis, my interest in survivalism, and the cause of the plan that helped create this here community. How could not killing that old man possibly have caused the death of your family? They asked. Ian sighed. The old man was not acting rationally. You can ask any soldier who was there. There was a risk that he would really do as he threatened to do, namely shoot at us. He was waving a loaded gun in the air irresponsibly, with the safety off. He had insane obsessions in the middle of the apocalypse, such as wasting precious water on flowers, while the fruit trees were dying. Yes, you need to realize what a crisis water is in this dry area, even though we are saved by the mountain reservoir and a diesel pump. Furthermore, he called some pots his only family. He showed signs of acute oxygen shortage, because his nails were as blue as your wife's dress, doctor. The doctor nodded. The old man was ill. I would urge you to speak to the only soldier who was there. He understands danger signs. Ian now continued to the climax of his story. In the distance we could hear one of the crazed hordes on the rampage, and even a gunshot. And that is the problem. Gunshots are the surest way to attract attention and violence. Other than me killing the man from behind, our only other choice was to leave our stash and make a run for it, but he might have shot at us anyway. All of that threatened my family because, believe me, our medium-term food security is under threat. All of us will starve when the malls are empty, which is already happening in a city where there are probably a few 100,000 starving people left. If we could call them people, have you seen what the apocalypse did to them? From close up, like a few of us have? Secondly, a gunshot would have drawn a violent horde. Either we led them away from you, but losing us would have made this community too weak to survive. Or if we fled to you, this sanctuary would have been exposed. We are not ready yet to defend ourselves against, for example, a rush by a few thousand crazed, starving, vengeful people. We do not even have 1,000 bullets in total. You may think this is a long thought process for one swift sword stroke, but I have been thinking through the situation that faces us now, for many years in advance. I am not shocked that I killed a man, without thinking about killing a man. I am shocked that I no longer vomit when it is over. Survival is not civilized, and I think more among us need to gain experience of it ASAP. Colonel Charlie silenced the meeting. This has gone far enough. Anyone who is not yet convinced, can volunteer for one of our raiding parties, who are searching further and further afield, facing more and more danger each day, with the express order that you cannot return straight here. If you ever fire a shot, it endangers us all. It is time to remind our community of exactly what an apocalypse is, and I will speak to them at dinner. Instead of blaming this man, whom we have to thank for the plan that is keeping our families alive, we should task him with a new project, namely to prepare plans for the coming war to defend our sanctuary. We have lots of research available, but also common sense, which make it clear that a fight for our lives is where we are heading. Actually, this is what I propose, a decision stating that Ian has proven himself qualified to begin preparing battle plans. I am too busy with daily security, but every soldier here is available for advice. Ian, will you accept? And thus it was decided to begin preparing for inevitable violence. Not because they understood, but because of a historic respect for soldiers of rank. Almost every faction within their community accepted what Colonel Charlie said. For their little isolated community, reality would slowly dawn a little more each day, if they survived to ponder it. Unbeknown to Ian and most of the world, other global powers were making moves for the resources of the Arctic region, while the U.S. federal government was paralyzed. What had happened would only become public much later, namely that in their blast-proof compound, cabinet members and some military attempted to institute the 25th Amendment against the president and his administration, for the worst failure of government in U.S. history, probably in human history. Apophis was not even supposed to hit the Earth, let alone have part of it hit the northern Atlantic Ocean without warning, leaving the world's most powerful nation and its economy in dire straits, with the power grid and communication completely down, and food security under threat. However, enough members of cabinet did not reach the compound, and were possibly alive somewhere, for some members of Secret Service and the military to reject this implementation of the 25th Amendment. Although the Senate Majority Leader was there, the Speaker of the House was reportedly safe somewhere else with her caucus. The result was a firefight inside the secure bunkers at the core of the federal government, followed by several generals and senior officials, beginning to act like warlords to save the country. The media center was destroyed, for what little it was worth without internet and telecommunication, and the massive bunker compound effectively divided in two, with blast doors locked, a war zone in the belly of federal government. Outside that madness, much of the United States of America and the world was as if there were no countries. Families and local communities were trying to stay alive in their local situation, without knowing what was happening far away. Ian could just as well have lived in any reasonably developed country that was not within the direct damage zone of the 6 main impact events of Apophis. The lucky ones, one could conclude, were the few million who were inside the direct damage zones of the asteroid. Because they did not have to witness and endure what became of mankind afterwards. To be continued in episode 15. Apophis, by J. M. Conradi. Episode 15. How to begin your post-apocalyptic survival orchard. Continued from episode 14. To survive a modest siege or countrywide famine, they'd need multiple food production plans, in order to feed a few hundred people. Risking heavy fines, Ian had begun this in a small way years ago, by secretly introducing a drought-resistant but invasive species in several places on the mountain, prickly pears. The plants were already mature, but would be just another small part of their program to survive the apocalypse. He also convinced Charlie and the council that there was a higher priority for the raiding parties than just tinned food. 3 miles away was a nursery that specialized in fruit trees, many of them several years old. They had to be fetched before other groups realized their value, or drought killed them when staff abandoned the nursery. They very rarely used cars for raids, but in this case made several trips with a car and tow bar, to pull his open trailer full of fruit trees to the mountain. Recycled water from their by now fortnightly 3-minute showers, in the abandoned reserve guard's outhouse, was ideal for watering the new orchard. Once food and water were marginally secured, the next security threat to consider, much more likely than a modest siege held off by guarding the reserve's 8-foot fence and barbed wire, was being overrun by one of the herds, as they now called the mad wandering mobs of thousands of dying, violent vandals. Traveling by night at all was a complete no-no, but became increasingly necessary for raiding parties as nearby malls ran empty. No light could ever be used, not even during dusk. They needed a seemingly abandoned, but safe, halfway station with an inconspicuous shelter containing a closed coal stove to not show any sign of light. Ian already identified it long ago, and had finished furnishing it en route to the nursery that day. It is easy to be the hero who kills the zombies who attack you. Everyone practiced doing it in games. However, in real life, a real apocalypse would not be like that. Regardless how debauched they may be, your attackers would be humans. And killing them is much, much more difficult and not at all heroic really. Thus he mused while cleaning the Toledo steel blade of his sword. Has he really become callous, or is he just suppressing his humanity? The latter would be less immoral, but the former would be healthier. Either way, the vomiting after his first kill has now been replaced by a permanent chemical taste in his mouth. It's worse. Focusing on planting their new fruit trees helped. Ian gave their leading farmer the articles he had collected, printed, and stored for this, how to plant young fruit trees found during raids. Only use grafted fruit trees. Sweet apples, plums, pears, and other fruits come from trees that have been grafted, so that they produce the best tasting fruit. Although fruit trees can be planted from seed, the resulting trees won't necessarily produce fruit that's good to eat. In order to make sure the tree you grow will produce fruit you'll want to eat, the best idea is to find a grafted fruit tree, which is a very young tree that has been grafted onto a rootstock to improve its growth. Leave sick young trees be, they will probably only get worse. Raiding a grafted tree from a local nursery is your best bet, since it will stock trees that do well in your particular region. Look for an open, sunny spot. Fruit trees generally need at least 6 hours of full sunlight, in order to grow strong and produce healthy fruit. Look for a spot in the yard where the fruit tree won't be shaded by buildings, or other taller trees. You should also look for a spot without a lot of other foliage nearby, so the tree won't have to compete with other plants for nutrients and water. During this apocalypse, sunlight has temporarily reduced by approximately a third, though the light is better near the top of the mountain reserve. 6 hours of sunlight per day may not be good enough anymore. Check the drainage in your planting area. Aside from full sun, proper soil drainage is the other essential condition for thriving fruit trees. The soil must not retain a lot of water, or it will cause the fruit tree's roots to rot in the ground. Check the soil drainage by digging a hole 1 foot, 0.3 m, deep and filling it with water. If the water drains quickly, the area should be fine for planting a fruit tree. If the water stands in the hole, choose another spot. In addition, to save on solar power for water pumps, place fruit trees as close to your non-toxic water source as feasible. While rainwater is toxic, make sure not to plant in a hole where rainwater collects. If the soil in your yard is clay-heavy, which can cause it to drain poorly, you still have options. You can plant your fruit tree in a raised bed or till the soil and mix it with compost or peat moss in order to loosen it for better drainage. You should also select the location of your fruit tree by imagining it at full size. Take into account its width, and understand that the roots of your tree will reach out as far as the length of the branches. This means that you don't want it too close to a building, rock face, or road. Add compost to the soil if necessary. If you have clay-heavy soil, or soil that is hard and packed, it's a good idea to till the soil to a depth of at least 2 feet, 0.6 meter, and work in some compost or peat moss. This will loosen the soil, provide better drainage and make room for the tree's roots to begin growing. Use a garden spade, or a tiller, to break up and loosen the soil, then add compost and mix it in. Dig a wide hole. Use a shovel to dig a hole twice as wide as the spread of the roots of the tree you're planting. Fruit trees' roots tend to grow outward, and this will give them plenty of room. Make sure that the roots are surrounded by loose soil, so that they are not challenged by compressed earth. At the same time, it's important not to dig the hole too deep. Since you're working with a grafted bare root, it's important that the graft at the base of the tree stays above the soil. If you're planting more than one tree, plant them at least 18 inches, 45.7 centimeters, apart. Keep in mind that some trees require as much as 20 feet of spacing. When you buy the tree, determine how big it will grow when it is mature, to determine how much space you need between trees. In general, the more space you can give them, the better. Position the tree in the hole. Throw a little loose soil into the hole, about a finger length high to create a mound, and position the root ball of your fruit tree on top of the center of the mound. Spread out the roots and make sure the graft line situated at the base of the trunk is higher than the level of the ground. Add or remove soil from the mound accordingly. Ensure that no roots are exposed. If there are roots at or above the graft, cut these roots off, and double-check that the graft is above ground. If roots are able to reach the soil from the graft, the tree will always have sucker shoots growing from the base, that will weaken the tree. Press soil around the roots. Fill the hole surrounding the root of your tree with your nourished soil, and make sure that you cover all the roots completely. Stand back, and check that the fruit-growing tree is standing vertical. Press the soil down gently. Water the roots. Thoroughly water the area, so that the soil fills in around the tree's roots. Add more soil, press it down gently and water again. Continue this process until the soil reaches the actual ground level. Be sure not to overwater the tree, however, if the roots remain waterlogged, they can rot. Stake your fruit tree if needed. If you're in an area with strong winds, stake it by tying it to a strong stick with a generous strip of cloth or rubber. Make sure that it is loose enough to avoid restraining the tree as the trunk grows. Staking will also help the tree grow straight and tall. Cover the soiled area with a layer of organic mulch. This will retain the moisture in the soil and protect the roots. It will prevent grass and weeds from growing and competing for nutrients and water as well. Ensure that the graft line is not covered by mulch. It needs to remain visible above ground level. Control weeds. It's important to weed the area around the tree as it grows, to protect the roots and keep the tree growing healthy and strong. Pull the weeds by hand, rather than using an herbicide. If only weeds were their worst concern, in the troubled year of the asteroid. Continued in Episode 16. Apophis, by J. M. Conradi. Episode 16, Not even a scapegoat unites people like a deadly crisis. Continued from Episode 15. Over lunch on a grayish afternoon, slightly chilly for mid-May, Sheila had to share her frustrations with Ian. Although the community only sponsored a communal breakfast and early dinner, before lights out, they had made a routine to interrupt their daily work for a light lunch. Well-prepared families like theirs had some extra resources, not on Charlie's list of items that must be handed over, and Ian's low blood sugar required tiny extra meals. This was the stage of any apocalypse, where people with insulin-dependent diabetics began to be in a very bad situation, but he only needed regular small meals, instead of occasional large meals. Sheila shared with Ian her frustrations about a divide in this community, their new home. There are two increasingly distinct groups. One group are the survivalists who prepared and planned for something bad, though very few had known about Apophis. They had read and considered what a collapse of the power grid, the ensuing water pump crisis and looting, and breaking down of the supply chain would mean. They were adjusting and cooperating as if their lives depended on it, which it did. The second group were not necessarily intentional dissenters, they had just never thought through this before. They believed the news media, the false prophet of modern times, and expected government to come to the rescue any moment. Their minds were infused with the era of big government. The strongest countries in the world had pretty powerful, and even competent governments, of course, but not where he lived, and as Ian had suspected, even some of those strong countries no longer had government processes, geared for survival like in 1945. In the 80 years since then, there were increasingly other focuses, sometimes fabricated, and often harmful to crisis survival. The friction between these two groups was fast growing intolerable on the mountain, and increasingly unproductive while anger grew. Among the women there were cliques who spent their time whispering, instead of making progress with the menial but crucial tasks assigned. Some people were simply too depressed to care about hygiene, a key aspect of staying healthy in a post-healthcare world. Sheila was worried about the emotional outfall of this intangible, but nevertheless significant, crisis. Ian reassured her that the divide will eventually dissipate, because primitive circumstances would, by daily repetition, eventually convince everyone. He worried though whether this process of involuntary enlightenment would happen fast enough to avert disaster, especially in the smaller, separated but also hidden northern community in the mountain reserve. Women gossiped, but Ian knew that angry men were a real, more silent, danger. The council meeting was not the only time that Charlie had to defend Ian. Although his visit to the nursery had secured a massive medium-term source of food, medium-term planning was not a strong point in most modern humans. Many of the mountain reserve community were not part of a conscious decision to plan, or deal with, an apocalypse. They were neighbors or family of apocalypse-ready members, but they just tagged along with anyone who seemed to know where they're going on 14 or April 15, 2029. Had they not been here by chance, they would have been among the dead or dying stuck in a highway gridlock somewhere. Galvanized by the heat radiation wave, and small amounts of burning ejecta falling from the sky, on April 14 Colonel Charlie, Dave, and some others had entered the mountain reserve from the south to execute the main plan. They thought they had closed off the reservoir valves to stop water gravitating into useless pipes below, in the absence of any electricity for pumps. During that night, they had struggles with pressure building up, and decided they needed a real water engineer. The only one they knew, lived north of the mountain. When they approached the northern gate, they had found it open, and a community of strangers growing inside the perimeter. Corny the engineer, was fortunately among them. With his help, and their armed superior numbers, they convinced that community who had no keys, that the gate must be locked, and everyone must stay hidden from below behind an outcrop. Since then, the two communities lived separately, but shared risks and resources. Those on the southern side who did not understand the apocalypse, found kinship with those on the northern side, who did not agree with the closing of the gate, and so a minority opposition movement to Charlie's military-style government had begun. Here follows a typical argument Charlie had with a woman from the northern side who wanted to visit her home, to fetch more luxury items left there, because what she thought would be a 2-day adventure on the mountain until law, order, and electricity resumed, had turned into a nightmare of inconvenience. She was adamant to be allowed out, with some boys organized with rucksacks for her goods, but also to be allowed back in, with whatever stragglers she picked up on the outside. She missed her neighborhood WhatsApp friends, with whom she now had no contact. Charlie said, "The notice board contains a list of the items most urgently needed by our community. If you can put your name against enough of them, as knowing exactly where to get them, then we can process you to join a properly secured scouting trip outside. As token of gratitude, your own house can be included on the trip, if you want. That's the rule. For the common good of all, we can't let everyone go willy-nilly in and out of the security area, on personal errands. You know it? If anyone leaves on their own accord, then it is permanent, and it will be a security risk. Lord knows, we are on rations already. It is hard to ensure the survival of so many people on this mountain." She retorted, angrily, "But some of you have keys for the gates, and some of you are not original members of the mountain club." He replied, "If you are referring to Ian, he is a mountain club member, the originator of the strategic plan that keeps your family alive today, and clearly the best suited person to prepare us for the war that comes, to protect you from cannibals or worse." Her eyes widened at that word. "This is the apocalypse, the old mountain club is dead. Elected members of the council have keys, and we are unanimous about this rule. Do you really want to leave the sanctuary at a time like this? And what about your children?" She stomped away angrily, not yet used to not getting her way, despite living without life's luxuries since April 13, 2029. This madness must soon stop, and normal order restored, so that she can go to the local police station, a burning ruin, unbeknown to her, and lay charges for kidnapping and murder against these tyrants of the mountain. Charlie realized that the quick elections he had held within the first 2 weeks may have to become a regular occurrence to give people venting space, as they settled into a post-civilization society. If the northern gate had stayed open a few days longer, without his knowledge, this safe haven may have been destroyed by anarchy already. In this atmosphere, Ian's plans to ensure longer-term security were not going very well. Charlie had organized those with weapons into busy patrols and guards, the primary fighting unit. Well occupied, those men were satisfied or even happy. However, that unit was too small, and their weapons not sustainable. His plan was for weapons that could be made here, and for a force that could protect itself, and the community, when the time inevitably came. For defense of a hill against superior numbers, without guns and crossbows, his plan leaned on the tried and tested method that survived for thousands of years, before the invention of firearms, namely the shield wall. If attacked by large numbers, such as the crazed hordes outside, whom they begun calling herds now, or when they ran out of ammunition, he could think of no better method. This required rigorous work though, and few men here were dedicated enough, especially the youngsters who were better suited, and mostly unarmed as yet. Then it happened, they heard gunshots in the middle of the day. Nobody could miss it, everyone was scared. By nightfall their main raiding party had not returned. Marnus, often in charge of the communication center, because he was working on their radio plans, relayed the news to Colonel Charlie and the council, who met just before a delayed dinner. As planned, the raiding party had fled to an agreed place, after engaging with armed attackers. That place was a parking area, with particularly high and sturdy steel palisades, at an abandoned municipal electricity substation office. Months before Apophis, the canvas roof of one part had collapsed, sealing it off from view, creating an unobtrusive shelter because it looked old and abandoned. In terms of Ian's plan, their community had laid claim to it, to use as way station, because it was just within reach of the two-way radios on the mountain. The electronic mechanisms on the two gates, for which they had no remotes, were disabled and replaced with manual locks. One gate for entry, another gate for escape. The area behind the collapsed canvas had been carefully developed for an overnight depot and safe house, without changes that would be visible from outside. The parking area appeared abandoned to anyone except them. They had used it before, but now their main raiding party was hiding there for the night. There was a small area where a camp stove could be hidden, and they had survival packs for a comfortable night, with guards who could easily see any breach of security on the open tarmac around them. There they would stay, until they were sure nobody followed them back to the hidden community on the mountain reserve. However, the final bit of news changed everything, and suddenly Ian would have lots of enthused volunteers for his project. Everyone would want to know how to make shields and spears. Before beating off the attackers, 2 of their men died. One was shot, with what looked like the only gun their opponents had, and the other was wounded with a spear, and then hacked to pieces. The raiding party, their toughest men, were shocked to report that some attackers seemed to put pieces they hacked off our fallen soldier into their rucksacks. To be continued in episode 17. Apophis, by J. M. Conradi. Episode 17, How to Make Shields and Other Weapons for the Apocalypse. Continued from episode 16. How to make a shield wall shield for yourself. Community members with guns and ammunition probably don't need this, but armed with sharpened sticks, knives or a rare sword, this could be crucial. Any suitable material found during raids will be made available. In addition to material, suitable fit warriors are needed, as well as support for them, for example medics, and a row of archers with self-made bows to stand behind them. This journal will not detail how to also make bombs from fertilizer, but that was also part of Ian's plan. Besides, the fertilizer you need will only be available for a few months, thereafter it could be as scarce as bullets, if the economy does not recover fast. Find a broad, flat piece of wood. To make the body of the wooden shield, you'll need a single large wood board if possible. The size and type of wood you use will depend on your size. It was standard for the Roman shield to be about a foot shorter than its wielder, and a few inches wider on either side. You can raid for wood cut to your specifications at home improvement stores, like the Home Depot. If you're unable to find a wood board large enough, piece together one of the right size, using smaller individual pieces, like planks from a wooden pallet. If you incorporate flat bits of metal, try to use that at especially the middle of the piece, close to the handle. That part takes most of the pressure, and would naturally tend to bump into your opponent in a fight. If you piece together a shield from various pieces, first make sure you have the glue or other fixtures needed for the specific pieces. Any fixtures on the inside, such as a metal strap between two pieces, need to be flat and smooth, to not injure you during fighting. Rough pieces should rather be on the other side, but then make sure it can withstand blows. Acquire a handle to serve as a grip for the shield. Find handles that can be used to provide a good grip for the back of the shield. A basic door handle, like those used on screen doors, will probably be your most readily available option. You could also use a thick strip of leather, in addition to the handle, to craft a forearm strap. Make sure you have a set of wood screws, and a basic screwdriver, to attach the handle to the shield. A plain metal handle will look best, in keeping with the appearance of the shield. Make sure its edges are smooth to not injure you. While we are on the subject, fighting men all need strong, flexible gloves. Look for that during raids. Scrap leather can usually be rated at craft stores, now that online purchases are a thing of the past. Cut the leather to the exact size you want for the strap. You will only need 2 wood screws, unless you decide to attach a leather forearm strap as well, in which case 4 will do the job. Check to see that the wood is smooth and uniform. Before you begin putting together the individual components of the shield, quickly inspect the wood board you're using, for any imperfections. Splinters, cracks, and uneven places can all compromise the integrity of the shield, and if untreated they can leave the shield with a rough, unappealing appearance. Take whatever measures necessary, to ensure that the wood is smooth and symmetrical. Cracks or breaks in your wood board can be sealed, using epoxy if you have any. If you're desperate, use tree gum. Center the handle on the back of the shield. Place the handle where you want it to go, on the shield's backside. Centering the handle will give the shield the best balance and leverage for movement, but it can also go slightly to one side or the other, if it suits your personal preference. Use a pencil to mark where the screws should go in the handle. Allow room for a strap. If you wish to add a leather forearm strap in addition to the handle, account for this in the layout on the back of the shield. Measure the distance from the thickest part of the forearm to the palm. If you're right-handed, which means you would carry the shield in your left hand, place the strap and handle the appropriate distance from one another, in the center of the shield with the handle on the right. If you're left-handed, reverse this configuration. To center the handle and strap together, take a measurement of the total width of the shield, and subtract your forearm to hand measurement from that, then divide this number in half, to tell how much space you should have remaining, on either side of the strap and handle, once they're attached. Screw the handle into the wood. Line the handle up with the markings you made, for where the screws should go on the back of the shield. Hold the handle still, or tape it down, if necessary, while you insert a wood screw into the top hole in the handle, and screw it into place. Do the same for the bottom hole, tightening both screws, and making sure they're both straight and secure. If you're bolting the handle to the wood, use the paddle bit to bore about ½ an inch into the wood, then drill the rest of the way through and insert the bolt. Tighten with the socket head bit. Plywood and other lightweight pieces are likely too thin to bolt successfully. Shields are unfortunately heavy. Soldiers must be fit to bump with a shield, and stab a weapon. Shields not only crudely protect, attack with it too. The team leader should now specify the exact height of any hooks, to be inserted on the sides. These are for locking a shield wall, but will be of no use if the height, and position, of the individual warriors in a unit are not considered. Finally, paint on a design. Use craft paint, or acrylic paint if you're making a wooden shield, to brush an authentic design onto your shield. Something scary on your shield, just like a properly sharpened stick or weapon, could count in your favor in a real battle. And that could come all too soon, if law and order collapses after an apocalyptic event, even as small as Apophis. To be continued in Episode 18. Apophis, by J. M. Conradi. Episode 18, Storm Clouds Gather for the Survivors. Continued from Episode 17. The news of the start of cannibalism, in the valley below their hidden mountain reserve, opened the eyes of many, who were previously oblivious to the seriousness of what was going on. Welcome to the Apophis Asteroid apocalypse, folks. Or rather, the man-made apocalypse, assisted by a mere 350-meter-wide supersonic missile of rock, since eons ago hurtling toward its rendezvous with a civilization blinded by the false prophet, the partnership between government and media, controlling humanity with lies and omissions. Even the name is a lie. The Egyptians called it Apeps, the bitter one wreaking havoc, but the word has since been morphed by people, like most strong words become morphed into something misleading. And a great star fell from the sky, burning, like a torch, Revelations 8 verse 10. This is a difficult story to tell, and probably beyond my capability. But I am writing this journal anyway to whomever it may concern. In fiction, like computer games, the awful deaths of millions or even billions of strangers are mentioned dismissively, as long as the protagonist's circle doesn't die too much, and make the main character appear ineffective. Heaven and earth could be moved, to save the selected ones whose names we know. Well, if only mankind worked on moving heaven and earth, to avoid the tragedy of 2029, having had centuries of warnings to heed. But it wasn't a popular cause. All our charity and all our profit would come to naught if Apophis landed. Yet we dismissed it all too easily given its erratic path, its chaotic nature, its variables. Was it not abnormal enough to warrant more attention? This was no ordinary asteroid. It is different from fiction, to have to relate such tragedy in a journal of what I saw, that awful year and afterwards. I hope it may perhaps be worth my tears, if a future civilization reads it and takes warnings more seriously than propaganda. Or, if a time traveler takes it back to the right time and place, to change mankind's focus or path, a path of transparency and less centralized power, so that priorities could change for real dangers, instead of secret agendas. Maybe you, dear reader, are the one to warn mankind for focusing on the wrong priorities and causes. Because it was hard, but not completely impossible, to stop Apophis or reduce the harm. If only we had focused on it in time, instead of humoring lucrative social fantasies, as if mankind is the determining factor in the cosmos. Human nature cannot be changed by adding some flowery words. Nonetheless, wordmongers and the means to broadcast them ruled. Meantime, the apocalypse had been bearing down on us for millions of years, and we had been warned for thousands of years. It was almost as if the physical cosmic truth was obscured by a veil, and only the most spiritually connected could see partial ghostly glimpses of what was coming. This, despite the mathematical fact that Apophis would, eventually, strike Earth. But media owners set modern man's priorities. They determined which partial glimpses were conspiracy theories, and which partial glimpses were science, based on where those bosses could gain power. And we obeyed them like sheep, until it was too late. Unbeknown to the survivors on the mountain, other regions of the world were also careering further into war and destruction. A large army of attackers were gathering near the Mount of Megiddo to attack Israel by land, because its main ally, the United States, was seemingly quiet and absent, and because missiles and planes were effectively neutralized by the Iron Dome. Two factions inside the U.S. government's secure bunker were at a stalemate, while the individual states and regional armies, whose offices were still intact, did what they could in the wake of global chaos. Everyone had more or less the same pressing issue, apart from untreated large-scale health problems, the badly damaged global economy, and the low quality of sunlight and water, caused famine to spread massively. In the absence of law and order, riots turned to raiding, and, when malls ran empty, hunger drove smaller groups to fight for food. In densely populated areas, that quickly turned to mass starvation and, finally, cannibalism. The nightly sounds of that happening on a smaller scale in the valley below, and in cities within earshot, scared even the most naive on the mountain, to realize their plight, and sober up. Terrible things were happening around them. A large far-off firefight was when a last, provisioned, military stronghold was overrun while running out of ammunition. That horde, which must have been a herd that could be as large as 100,000 crazed people, would hopefully not have enough provisions to reach their area, with so many stomachs to fill, and their sick to treat. However, in their own area the herds were fighting for control, and vanquishing any small survivalist enclaves in the process. Ian hoped that the herds would destroy each other, before the inevitable phase of unification would happen. There were way too many people, many wounded or burned but still alive, for an area so bereft of food and water as theirs. Provisions had always steadily streamed in from outside, and the urban concentration had long ago become unsustainable on its own here. Now the decline to mass starvation, cannibalism, and finally the balance of power shifting from non-cannibals to cannibals, would happen faster here, than in areas that were lush or more sparsely populated. Upon reading his predictions about this process, written years before when he realized the danger of Apophis, the wife of the killed and hacked member of that raiding team, was furious. Why were we not told? She began a movement to become a council member at their next election. She saw Ian as a visionary, but would not necessarily support him. She was just too angry. Especially so, after the raiding party returned safely, but with only one body to bury. It was a depressing time on the mountain, listening to the world fall apart below, while burying only one of two of their dead. But it did make them harder, more ready for what was to come. To be continued in Episode 19. Episode 19, Armageddon. Military might did not end the potential world war festering at Megiddo Mountain. The millions of angry attackers flocking to camps just north of that mountain lacked electricity, clean water, sanitation, and health care. The Magi did a great job trying to feed them, but that was becoming impossible. Cholera appeared, and then spread like wildfire among that great host who wanted to end Israel forever. Without fuel, the Israeli Defense Force was struggling to hold back the attackers. Even their technological edge was neutralized by interference from unmarked planes, missiles, and industrial sabotage from somewhere else. They were slowly withdrawing before the sheer numbers of zealous attackers. But then the assault began to wane. Soldiers were simply too sick to care. Without proper health care, ailments accumulated that would never be properly diagnosed, sores that could have been syphilis or a kind of plague, a medieval red flux, and other horrors spread among the multitude of attackers. That being the ones who were not yet down with cholera. A few managed to flee death, but soon a mountain of millions of infected corpses grew just north of Mount Megiddo, threatening the survival of the whole Middle East. Then Israel, the only orderly large government still at work in the area, took a logical decision that would anew make them the center of hate and anger, for as long as humans exist. A mountain of flame descended on the festering mess of flies and rot north of Megiddo, in the form of a small tactical nuke. The whole area was obliterated in an inferno, and the war was over. What the outfall exactly did, was unclear, given the unverified state of several alleged nuclear blasts in the world, since Good Friday 13th of April 2029. Aware of the historicity of the moment, Israel tried to be transparent. The war room debate, the vote in parliament, and the whole recording of the act of delivering a small nuclear bomb, was after a 3-hour delay, broadcast on the only global mass media available, shortwave radio. In one faraway mountain community, even Marnus heard short bits of it, and informed Charlie and his dad, but they were mostly in the dark. Europe complained, Russia complained, China complained, but nobody was really in a position to do much, except end the world, which they were not in the mood for. From the USA an eerie silence continued. The underground bunker complex, which effectively was the federal government, was split in two by huge blast-resistant doors, and so were the two factions of government, locked in their stalemate, the president, and his opponents who had instituted the 25th Amendment. Negotiations had begun, and the only mutually acceptable resolution was a national election in November 2029. Despite having been elected by mail votes herself, the president insisted on a hand-counted election in person with voter ID. There was no way any electronic system would be accepted, all existing election laws would be suspended for this, and replaced by that centuries-old process. The Republican speaker demurred that how was she able to trust systems before, but not now that ethanol-powered generators ran their electronics? But there was no way out, she would veto any other early election bill. Time was running out for these federal elites, because several warlord generals were becoming too powerful outside that bunker, a unified return to order was overdue. And so, the lawyers began the slow process of drawing up detailed agreement documents, in a new world where agreement documents really meant nothing. They were not part of the reality of an apocalypse raging outside their bunker. They worked on the assumption that normality would resume, and concepts like millions of crazed cannibals were far removed. Their bunker was provisioned to hold out in relative luxury, for a very long time, and Washington, D.C. ambled on, below ground. Meanwhile, for ordinary folks, the world was burning. Episode 20, Ignorance may be bliss, but could be deadly. Unaware of world events at the time, except for small snippets of news, caught by Marnus on their solar-powered shortwave radio and communication setup, the people of the mountain community went about their daily survival routine. The younger men were practicing, for the war that would inevitably come. The community was preparing for a long, harsh winter. Unlike the ignorant but profitable sensationalism about climate change before April 13, 2029, which ignored billions of years of unknown data that made it ridiculous, the climate and weather were really upended by the apocalypse. Sunlight was reduced by a third due to smoke and dust in the atmosphere, and many water sources were contaminated. Airflow patterns and water flow patterns were disrupted. What little was left of the world economy, further being destroyed by war, was insufficient to sustain the remaining world population in these harsh conditions. The year after Apophis struck was 1,000 times more tragic than the actual impact. Knowing all this due to Ian's comprehensive research about the potential results of April 13, 2029, they were looking into mushroom farming, inside the bunker room of the water reservoirs, where they could also provide some solar-powered heat. There were also natural crevasses in the mountainous rocks, and bits of deep forest, where mushrooms had naturally sprung forth, which they were looking at. In preparation for winter, which could be deadly in the aftermath of Apophis, with sunlight being reduced by about a third on average, their raiding parties had gathered tons of blankets. It was relatively easy, because what other gangs there were still active raiding the nearby cities, blankets were the last thing they were thinking about. However, gathering a mountain of blankets for a campsite of hundreds of tents was one thing, but cleaning them and keeping them clean in a campsite of hundreds of tents was a lot more difficult. The laundry team and the shifts of the helpers they need had to be boosted significantly to prepare and sustain the blankets. What little solar power batteries they could take from other processes and use them for heaters would have to be concentrated in the mess tent. Keeping it all invisible from the valleys below was a challenge. All of the sick, the elderly, and the babies would have to be brought together to sleep in that tent if the predicted temperature drops of winter panned out. The rest of the community would have to rely on blankets, without any fires at night, and of course many complained about this. As usual, the northern part of the mountain reserve housed most of the complainants. Keeping the peace was an issue for Charlie, despite this being just a few months into the apocalypse, and survival being the top priority. The growing threat of cannibal hordes roaming the valleys below often saved their community from strife and a calamitous splitting up of their group. Sheila was a great aid in this process, having made friends with women from the northern community. Ian, on the other hand, was still a divisive figure because of the murder of the old man at the nursery, his talk of war, and even practicing shield wall battles with medieval weapons. Author's note: what was Biff doing at this time? You will have to hang on for another 2 episodes to find out, because he was off on a tangent of his own. When war inevitably came to their little corner of a famished post-apocalyptic world, unity and numbers would be almost as important as their preparation, their vigilance, and their continued work to strengthen the perimeter fence that kept the world out. But what was happening elsewhere? In the USA, DC types went their merry way in the underground bunker stalemate while, outside, the real world was changing fast. The lack of overpowering technology allowed power vacuums, quickly filled by survival opportunists. Though few would know it at the time, the future of England was decided at a surprisingly small battle that echoed back to a forgotten history. 2 generals battled it out for consolidated power on a hill at a place called Woden's Field north of Birmingham, on August 5, 2029. The few machine guns and their limited ammunition quickly obliterated each other, so the rest of the battle played out with farm implements, axes, and a surprising number of collectors' swords in the hands of desperate, hungry soldiers. Primitive drugs and, for officers only, beer, fueled a barbaric level of battle rage, where the ultimate power was grabbed by the strongest hand, a Scotsman who framed himself as a Jacobite. One could for a moment imagine time traveling, and maybe that was the answer, to travel back in time to shake up the world. Shake it up completely, in the hope of creating a timeline where humankind would prepare itself for realities like Apophis, instead of mirages of issues, manufactured to benefit a select few dishonestly through that barbaric power game of the modern era, politics. But that, the possibility of time travel, is a story for a completely separate book. Episode 21, Preparing for Being Dependent on Mushrooms, You Might Need This One Day. It was a desperately cold July of 2029. The mountain reserve community resisted the risk of wood fires at night because that could be visible from afar in those dark post-apocalyptic nights. Their raiding parties were hard-pressed to find ever-dwindling stores of non-perishable food and blankets for everyone. By the end of July, the quality of sunlight receded even further. Unbeknown to them at the time, the burning war in the Middle East, including the 2 failed nuclear missiles, and reinvigorated volcanoes of the Ring of Fire, were increasing the global levels of poison and ash in the atmosphere. In addition, with little organized firefighting, forest fires were still smoldering after the out-of-control fires caused by fiery ejecta on 13 and April 14. The fact remained that trees and crops were not growing, their first barley harvest was going to be meager, their new fruit trees months away from bearing even tiny fruits, and the gardens or shops within easy reach were mostly stripped bare. The concept of mushroom farming was becoming essential. Ian had bought trays of spores early in April and now discussed ways to improve on their feeble results to date. It was decided to change to the bucket method, given that there were many buckets available. You may grow mushrooms in a variety of containers, from bags to logs, but buckets are often one of the simplest and most useful methods of growing. Growing mushrooms in buckets mean you don't need any expensive or specialist equipment, and you can create a great number of mushrooms with little work. It's a great approach for beginners to start growing mushrooms because it doesn't require any special abilities or prior knowledge. Small-scale mushroom production and urban mushroom gardening are ideal for growing mushrooms in buckets. Whatever space you have, in a spare room, cupboard, or basement, you don't need much to create an effective mushroom production system. Growing mushrooms in buckets, like every other form of mushroom cultivation, has advantages and disadvantages. Advantages: buckets are easy to come by. The buckets can be reused, reducing the amount of plastic waste produced, as opposed to growing mushrooms in bags. Buckets are self-supporting and do not require additional support like larger grow bags. Buckets can be stacked, allowing you to maximize your storage capacity. Disadvantages: washing buckets before reuse is time-consuming, making them unsuitable for large-scale commercial production. When full of the substrate, large buckets may be difficult to handle. Contamination danger is higher. Depending on the species of mushrooms and whether you plan to grow them indoors or outdoors, the ideal substrate to utilize for growing mushrooms may vary. Coffee grounds, wood chips, straw, sugar cane bagasse, cocoa coir, and vermiculite, as well as sawdust, hardwood pellets, manure, logs, and cardboard, are all popular mushroom growing substrates. Growing mushrooms from coffee grounds is an easy to work with and low-tech mushroom substrate choice. Coffee grounds do not require pasteurization or sterilization as long as they are put to use quickly and handled with proper hygiene and care. In buckets, you can cultivate a variety of side-fruiting mushroom types. Lion's mane and oyster mushrooms are examples of wild mushrooms that grow on trees and would sprout sideways. Oyster mushrooms are the greatest choice for bucket growing. They grow quickly, are less sensitive to environmental factors than many other mushrooms, and may be grown on a variety of substrates. Bucket culture is ideal for side-fruiting oyster mushroom species such as white, pink, blue, or yellow oyster mushrooms. Below we walk you through the process of growing oyster mushrooms in a bucket with these step-by-step instructions. For our example, we'll be using straw substrate and oyster mushroom spawn. Step 1. Preparing your equipment. Before you begin to grow your mushrooms in buckets, you will need a 20-liter, 5-gallon, plastic bucket. You have the option of purchasing a new bucket, which is easily accessible and inexpensive, or reuse an existing bucket. Consider any chemicals that may have been in the bucket before. If you're utilizing a second-hand bucket, these may infect your mushrooms. If you're unsure, it's better to start with a fresh, clean bucket. Mushroom spawn, i.e. oyster mushroom grain spawn. To produce oyster mushrooms in a 20-liter bucket, use spawn at a rate of 5 to 10%. This means every 20 liters, 5 gallons, bucket will require 1 to 2.3 kg of grain spawn. A 10% spawn rate will quickly occupy the bucket, increasing your odds. However, you can get away with using less and still be successful. Mushroom substrate mix, i.e. straw or wood chips. We recommend a straw substrate for your first foray into growing mushrooms in buckets. This is because the particle size of shredded/chopped straw allows for optimum air exchange. If you can't find chopped straw, you can buy a bale of straw and cut it into short pieces no longer than 5 centimeters. You'll need enough chopped straw to completely fill your bucket. Electric drill and 12 mm drill bit. This will be used to make holes in your bucket. Microporous tape. Micropore tape is an adhesive paper tape that is breathable. It's sold at pharmacies alongside bandages and dressings. During incubation, cover the holes in the bucket with microporous tape to keep moisture in whilst still allowing air exchange. Pasteurization container. A container to hold your water. This container should be large enough to hold the amount of pasteurized substrate you intend to use. Step 2. Preparing the bucket. After you've gathered all of your materials, it's time to get your bucket ready. Drilling the holes. To begin, drill holes all the way around the outside of your bucket. The holes in the bucket's side serve as both ventilation and fruiting holes. The mycelium produces carbon dioxide during colonization. The bucket's holes allow fresh air to circulate and regulate carbon dioxide levels. There are no hard and fast rules here, however. We recommend drilling holes that are 10 to 15 millimeters in diameter and spaced 10 to 15 centimeters apart. You can also drill a few small holes in the bucket's bottom to drain any surplus water. Remove any jagged portions with a knife once you've completed drilling the holes. Then, using warm soapy water, thoroughly clean your bucket and lid. Sterilizing the bucket. Before you use your bucket, you need to sterilize it to ensure no bacteria will infect your fresh mushroom spawn. You can sterilize your bucket in a few ways. Isopropyl alcohol. This should be used to clean your bucket as well as all of your materials and equipment. It's critical to sanitize everything throughout this process to avoid the spread of unwanted bacteria. Heat sterilization. You can also use boiling water to sterilize your bucket. This is an easy and inexpensive way to clean your bucket. Simply fill it with boiling water and wait for it to cool. Step 3. Pasteurizing the substrate mix. Pasteurization is used to make your substrate fairly contaminate-free in order to offer your oyster mushroom culture a head start. You can pasteurize your straw in 2 ways. Hot water pasteurization. This process entails immersing your substrate in a large pot of boiling water for 1 hour at 60 to 80 degrees Celsius. Before you add your mushroom spawn, ensure that the heat pasteurized substrate has been cooled for at least 8 hours. Cold water lime pasteurization. Cold water lime pasteurization uses lime to raise the pH of the water, effectively destroying pollutants. It involves soaking your substrate in a bath of lime-treated cold water for 24 hours. It's less energy-intensive than other popular pasteurization methods. For this process you will need hydrated lime, water, straw, a netted bag, bucket or container, gloves, mask, pH levels testing materials, disinfectant spray or isopropyl alcohol. Below we outline the process to pasteurize using hydrated lime. Fill your netted bag halfway with chopped or shredded straw. To make room for the substrate, fill your container with water to around 60% of its capacity. When you submerge the substrate in the water, if it's too full, it'll overflow. Wearing gloves to protect your hands and a mask to avoid inhaling fumes, apply hydrated lime to the water at a rate of 0.2% lime to water content. For every liter of water, 2 grams of hydrated lime is used. Stir well after sprinkling the lime into the water. Take a sample of water and test the pH after the lime has dissolved. A pH level of 11 to 13 is ideal. You can now immerse your straw bag in the lime bath. Because the bag of straw will float, you'll need to weigh it down with a heavy object to keep it totally covered. Allow the straw to pasteurize and hydrate in the lime bath for 16 to 20 hours. Using your disinfectant spray or isopropyl alcohol, Wipe any surfaces you intend to use. Remove the bag from the water and hang it on a rail or place it on a sterilized surface. Allow it to drain for at least an hour. Before using the straw, it must have reached field capacity, which normally takes about an hour. If you're in a rush, take the straw out of the bag and place it on a clean, sterilized surface to expedite the process. The squeeze test is the simplest way to check if the straw is ready. Squeeze it in your hand, and if it only releases a few drops of water, it is ready. If too much water leaks out, it needs to drain for a little longer. Step 4. Add mushroom spawn into the substrate mix. Once it's properly drained, it's time to inoculate your pasteurized straw. To avoid contamination, you should complete this procedure as soon as possible after pasteurization. First, use the alcohol spray to clean the interior of your bucket. Then use a small square of micropore tape to plug the holes on the bucket's sides. Assemble something similar to a lasagna or layer cake in the bucket by layering straw and grain spawn. Begin with a layer of the substrate at the bottom of the bucket, followed by a layer of spawn, and then more substrate. Stack the straw and spawn in the bucket until it's completely full. Make sure your last layer is a layer of straw when you get to the top of the bucket. Fill the bucket to the brim and pack it firmly, but not so tightly that it escapes through the holes. Place the bucket's lid on top and label it. To keep track, it's a good idea to jot down the date, mushroom species, and substrate you used. Place micropore tape over the holes once you have filled your bucket. You do this to maintain moisture within your substrate whilst allowing for optimal air exchange and circulation. Step 5. Allow mycelium to colonize, the incubation period. Before you can get a crop of mushrooms, the mycelium must thoroughly colonize the substrate. Place your bucket in a warm, dark location that is warm at all times of the day and night. The optimal temperature for incubation is between 18 and 24 degrees Celsius. This is the average room temperature in various places. How long does it take to colonize? The rate of colonization is affected by temperature, the amount of spawn utilized, and the type of mushroom cultivated. Complete colonization should take 10 to 14 days at room temperature. After 5 days, open the lid and inspect the straw for any spots of white, cottony growth. The patches will connect up over time, anywhere from 10 to 21 days, and the substrate will turn totally white with mycelium. It's possible that the mycelium will push through the tape and begin to fruit. Step 6. Fruiting. When the mycelium runs out of food, substrate, at the end of colonization, it will be eager to produce mushrooms in order to survive. Mushrooms in the wild grow in reaction to stress, such as a lack of food or changes in their habitat. All you have to do to recreate this is provide the correct circumstances for mushroom growth. Below we outline a few things you need to consider. Temperature. The optimal temperature for fruiting varies by mushroom strain and is unique to each. However, the majority of oyster mushroom strains aren't too picky. They should fruit as long as the temperature is between 10 and 30 degrees Celsius. Humidity. It's important to keep humidity levels consistent when mushrooms are developing. Because the mushrooms will develop from the holes in the bucket, misting the holes many times a day will keep the mycelium from drying out. Baby mushrooms thrive in humid environments, and if the mushrooms become too dry, they will stop growing. So, mist as often as you can, or cover the bucket with a bag to keep the humidity up. Humidity levels are less important once you've passed the first growth stage. However, you should keep spraying the mushrooms twice a day to promote growth and prevent them from drying up. Airflow. When exposed to fresh air, the mycelium is stimulated and will start to produce mushrooms. In the wild, oyster mushrooms will grow from stumps or logs in fresh, oxygen-rich air. To make sure your mushrooms get adequate airflow, you can remove the tape from the holes once you see small pinheads start to grow. Though if you're growing your mushrooms outside, you'll want to keep them out of the wind so they don't dry out while growing. Light. For oyster mushrooms to grow, they require some light, but not too much. A shady location with indirect lighting will work best. Make sure the bucket isn't in direct sunlight or too close to a light or another source of heat, such as a hot lamp. Step 7. Harvesting your mushrooms. When the caps of your oyster mushrooms start to flatten out and curl upwards, it's the perfect time to harvest them. It signifies they're on the verge of releasing their spores. It's better to harvest them before they lose all of their spores and begin to degrade. Beginners may find it difficult to determine when this is the case. It's time to harvest your oyster mushrooms if they stop growing, start drying out, or start dropping a lot of spores, white dust. Cutting the whole cluster off at the back against the hole in the bucket with a sharp knife is the easiest technique to harvest a bucket of mushrooms. Your colonized substrate can produce a second and even a smaller third crop of mushrooms. To aid this, use a pointed knife to remove any remaining stem fragments, leaving only the substrate visible in the hole. Continue to spray water into the holes twice a day. The mycelium will recolonize the holes in a few days, and more mushrooms will emerge in 1 to 2 weeks, giving you another flush. Keep in mind though, that the more successful your farming is, the more ready you should be to defend yourself against famished hordes, in a post-apocalyptic world. And that, in a nutshell, is how to prepare being dependent on mushrooms, in a low-sunlight post-apocalypse world. I hope you will never have to use this knowledge.
The Apophis Asteroid Apocalypse Episode 22, War, by J.M. Conradi. All characters and events are fictional and futuristic. Any similarity to today is entirely coincidental. Guest readers for this video, Barbara Trollip and Mordrid Mcthrib. War came suddenly, and without much warning, to the hidden mountain reserve community in a faraway country. If they had not been preparing for more than 4 months, due to the so-called neurotic worries of Ian, they would have been just another survival story hitting a dead end, within the first year of the apocalypse. Even by night, gunshots had become very scarce. They guessed that the fights for supremacy, between herds of crazed masses in the valleys below, had been settled and small enclaves of survivors all vanquished or, even worse, eaten. It was late September, a harsh winter slightly abating, almost 6 months after Apophis had landed. Famine, war, sickness, and the total collapse of civilization in that area had wreaked 1,000 times more harm than any 370-meter asteroid could. After the only inhabited army camp in the area had fallen, probably overrun by hundreds of thousands of hungry, angry people, ammunition and therefore gunshots could be heard almost every night. But careless wasting of such resources always met a swift end after a few days. There was a lot more silence then, and it was a lot more ominous. Their raiders, seconding as scouts, reported that a more organized harvesting of resources was going on in the distance, and movement seemed to be methodical. First the movement seemed to focus southward, but then it turned north and it was getting closer. There were slim pickings left in the area, either the remaining warlord of, they guessed, the cannibals was desperate, or had realized the rural areas to the far north were the best option. But to get there, they would have to pass through the neck in their mountain, on the main road. The only remaining local shortwave radio noise was to the north, as Marius reported. If the main herd moved there, all those survivors would be lost. Charlie said that war was not something he wished for, but thousands and thousands of cannibals moving past them, without becoming interested in their lush, fenced reserve, was highly unlikely, and therefore probably catastrophic. Therefore, they had been preparing for the possibility, booby-trapping the road, building a plan with barriers. If war came up the main road, they would set in motion what Ian called the Ethelflaed trap. She was a Saxon queen who conquered a Viking army at Chester more than 1,000 years ago, using fake barriers. And he prayed they would never have to use her plan, because that would mean the fight of their lives. Suddenly their main raiding party reported contact. The enemy seemed to have no working guns, but their numbers were too big. "We are cut off from the overnight decoy camp, we are heading home, and we may be pursued," came the desperate radio call. Without first asking permission, Ion rushed on horseback to the southern gate, and locked it with his own lock. Before the guards, who trusted him, could even ask questions, he was off to the narrow pedestrian gate on the main road, where barrier builders entered. It was already locked as always, but he double-locked it. That gate once led to a pedestrian bridge, but they had destroyed part of it for security. Then he radioed the main road barrier and the northern gate to tell them to be on the lookout for their own raiding party. To shock and utter disbelief, he radioed the raiding party that they would have to move around the reserve, only the northern gate will be opened. He just cut off their complaints and repeated, "You will lose your only chance to safety if you come to the closest gate, you must go around, and go fast. You broke the rule about gunshots this close, and it is almost certain that you are being followed." Only then did he go to face Charlie and the council, and gave them his keys. Though angry, they realized there was no time to argue, war was upon them. Operation Ethelflaed was set in motion. Their own raiding party was now the bait, leading the enemy up the main road and through the neck in the mountain. On the other side of the main road was another high fence, a monument site with some wildlife, which they had long since harvested or moved to a hidden camp. Though enticing, that side of the mountain was not feasible for a hidden community, its only use was the high fence, which made the main road like a fenced-in trap. The raiding party came through the neck fast. They were slowly pursued by some men on bicycles, leading a war party. In the distance though, a low rumbling could be heard. Binoculars soon proved that this was no scouting party, this was the vanguard of the herd. Once their own raiding party was through, Charlie and his men moved a flimsy-looking barrier across the road. From behind it, crossbows and a few guns easily obliterated the pursuers without much damage. What was important, they knew, was for nobody to see past the bend in the road, and escape to warn the herd. Because just around the bend, invisible from below, was the main barrier, a massive construction built like a fort with a narrow steel gate. That main road barrier gate was locked, the moment their own raiding party had passed through. The road between the barriers was the slaughtering field, where their considerable, by now, inventory of booby traps, fertilizer pipe bombs, and other weapons of mass destruction were focused. Everyone stayed carefully hidden, so as to not pique any interest in the rest of the mountain reserve. Just in case, they spared some precious manpower, including Biff, to patrol the part that did not border the main road. Such a large attacking force may well have stragglers or spies trying different routes. All the non-combatants, mostly older women and small children, were hidden together in the camouflaged mess tent. There were some tense moments of debate, as usual, to these orders, and trying to round everyone up quietly, until they noticed the sound and sight of thousands upon thousands of mad cannibals. What else could they be, after 6 months of economic collapse in a very densely populated state with scant natural resources? The main body of the herd arrived at the bottom part of the road through the neck, saw the flimsy barrier at the top, and charged, shouting at best obscenities, at worst shouting that sounded like animal sounds. There was little time to observe them, but they did not look well. The wounds and burns of the apocalypse seemed permanent, and months of living in the worst way possible showed in their eyes. They were also sluggish and off-color, possibly because of a diet that was never meant for humans. But they were formidable because of their numbers, and because they were used to winning. Slightly to the back appeared the reason for their conquering of all before them, an intimidating man standing on an antique truck, fitted with crude armor plates. He was surrounded by a madly overdressed guard platoon on horseback. The truck still had wood fittings in the cockpit and around the side. Ian smiled inwardly. Many of them wore flammable clothes and weapons. From his hiding place, he could only see 4 guns with magazines. All the other guns had knives tied to their barrels, like hand weapons. A few hundred of the herd were killed while dismantling the small barrier, with thousands of attackers catching up with the front of the army, bundling behind them. A few pipe bombs were used by Charlie, but mostly to draw attention and make noise while killing some warriors. In those few minutes, far down at the bottom of the hill, behind the last of the army who had caught up with the rest, a truck pulled another barrier across the road, locking the herd in, just when they broke through the minor barrier and charged around the bend in the road. Shouts of victory changed to screams of dismay when they saw the main barrier across the road around the bend. It was impossible to count how many people were now boxed in on a 2-mile stretch of road, but it was thousands. Being arrogant as the victors of all the little wars of the past few months in the valleys, the herd and their leader did not panic. Instead of turning around, they thought they could make short order of the main barrier too, by bringing their truck, all the time guzzling very scarce gas, to the front. It had a heavy bull bar at the front, and what seemed like a mechanized storm ram. They were going to win this by sheer force, like they had won everything to date. Bringing the truck through was difficult, because of the way their army had been bundled into the trap, during the half-hour it had taken to conquer the small barrier. Their leader shouted orders, and they began looking for weak places in the fence, through which to move some of their number, to make way for the truck and horses. What looked like the weakest accessible parts of the fence, all led to a large and impenetrable thorny thicket on the inside. Trying to find a way through, inevitably funneled everyone to a gap of about 8 meters across, from where a gravel road led up the mountain, to the various parts of their community. This is where patrols traveled from the top every day, to check the fence on this side of the mountain, because the fence was mostly behind the thicket, if approached from the inside. There was logically just one defensible place, if the roadside fence did not hold, namely the 8-meter gap. That is therefore where Ian placed his shield wall. The men in the wall were mostly young and fit, the ones who did not own a gun. As described before, they were armed with homemade shields and spears, except for the few like Ian, who had large axes, daggers, or swords. The shield wall was 3 men deep, with a handful of archers and spear throwers behind it, to thin out attackers, or deal with ones who managed to climb over the shield wall. Spurred on by the horrors witnesses had told them about the enemy, they had been training hard for 4 months, in addition to all their other duties on the mountain. As Ian had foreseen, the survival of their community, for the perilous half-hour of waiting to see if Project Ethelflaed would work, would hang on these men. If Charlie failed at the main barrier in the road, none of this would matter, and their story would end today, in the most horrible way. Then the weakest part of the fence gave way to the back part of the herd attacking it, by order of their leader. This relieved some pressure on the warriors amassed on the road, as a few hundred stormed the thicket, screaming frustration at the new obstruction. They looked maddened, like Viking berserkers, but they were also visibly weak from sickness, wounds, and malnourishment. And then they saw the gap in the thicket. "Lock shields," Ian ordered, and the ordeal begun. How long could they hold this 8-meter gap? "For our families, we are their last line of defense," he shouted as the wall of shields locked, the arrows flied overhead, and the men stood ready to stab, not slash, as they had been taught. And above all, protect your neighbor. Not as fit as his company around him, Ian still felt a surge of adrenaline and motivation. As long as the men around you stood their ground, he would fight to the death. He feared that their enemy would have even just one gun, because a shield is no match for that. But it sounded like all the guns were engaged at the main barrier, on the road. The rate of fire from the mountain reserve community audibly overpowered their enemy, but would that make up for being outnumbered by about 250 to 30,000? Then the bombs began exploding, and the screaming changed to animal-like shrieking. The battle was pitching. The bombs had to stop that truck and its storm ram. Ian knew they had bombs and ammunition for less than half an hour, but he was not even sure his shield wall could hold that long. The pressure of hundreds of the enemy pushing against the front line was immense, despite the enemy falling like flies to the disciplined stabbing rhythm of his men. The smell was overwhelming. The cannibals, and the pit sores on their mouths and cheeks confirmed that that was what they were, smelled like rotting meat, puke, and shit mixed together. Ian could not hear much from the middle of his own battle, but it sounded like their attackers had run out of ammunition at the barrier. The truck was silent, hopefully broken, but there was a thudding sound. No matter how many they killed, there would always be more coming from the endless herd, and it sounded like they were now thumping the storm ram manually against the barrier. "Come on, Charlie, time to pull the switch," he thought. The moment could be lost in any of a number ways. The leader could order an attack on the bottom barrier to escape the trap, the storm ram could break through, or his shield wall could break, exposing the rest of the community hiding on the mountain. Among them there was only one gun, his own revolver, wielded by Marius in charge of communication. His orders were to look after Sheila whatever happened. Then gunshots also rang out at the southern gate, which was far away from the main road. Their other exit had been discovered by the enemy. If their leader moved their assault to there, all would be lost. Was he wrong to think Charlie had the military experience to know when the moment arrived? Or maybe tragedy had struck Charlie himself. Then there was a loud whomp sound from the road, like a giant candle bursting to light. In fact, he could see the light change for a moment. The smell of fuel changed to the smell of burning fuel. The screaming pitched higher. Charlie! Ian knew what had happened. He shouted, "Hold the line, it's almost over." The line was wavering under immense pressure. The enemy had found some sharp sticks, were stabbing back, wounding his men. The mound of dead or wounded enemies was becoming a threat. Enemies could climb it and jump over his line from the top. Very soon this would be over, one way or the other. But he had a final card up his sleeve, and the moment had come to play it, just like Charlie had played his at the main barrier on the road. Ian shouted, "Molotov!" To be continued in episode 23. The Apophis Asteroid Apocalypse Episode 23, Game Over, by J.M. Conradi. Fire engulfed the main road where the main battle was. Their whole inventory of gasoline had been placed there as the final booby trap, and Charlie had ignited it at precisely the right moment. Flammable material, looking like normal debris, had also been spread all over the road. The cannibal army, as they would later call it, also had flammable material, and hell ensued. Due to the flaming inferno and the barriers trapping them, the enemy naturally wanted to flee toward Ian, and his shield wall, through the broken fence. When he shouted, "Molotov!" his archers lit their Molotov cocktails, and threw them over the shield wall into the middle of the gap in the thicket. His first aid team stood by with fire extinguishers just in case, and were already treating a few wounded soldiers. The shield wall was in danger of crumbling. Two of the burning Molotovs, a bottle filled with gasoline with a lit fuse, hit the target. A large flat bag full of fuel had been buried under some debris in the gap, as far away from the thicket as possible. Burning down the mountain reserve would not be a good idea. Just in case the flames did not reach the gasoline, a few pipes were buried leading from above the cover, down to the bag. It exploded. Just as they had practiced, the whole area under the attackers burst to flame. Their front line was trapped between the fire and the shield wall. Their rearguard, and any who tried to flee the fire on the road, were faced by a wall of flame. Then Ian observed a curious thing, later confirmed by Charlie, having lost all humanity since the apocalypse, living a life not really worthy of living, and used to easily trample everyone in their way, the cannibal horde which they called the herd, just gave up. Almost like self-immolation, they just stood there and let flames engulf them. A few hundred in the rearguard at the bottom of the hill broke through the temporary barrier there, and vanished into the fast approaching dusk of the poorly lit post-apocalyptic landscape. Many asked why they were not pursued, but Charlie said he did not have enough soldiers to risk it. Their main raiding party had already been used as bait that day, and the council had no more appetite for it. They would rather continue maintaining security, and clearing up the mess of the war, would take all the manpower they had, in addition to preparing for the demands of the months ahead. It was over. The threat to their existence had for now been neutralized. In this area, the Mountain Reserve community were now probably the strongest party. They also had to watch their ammunition. All provisions had been exhausted by the battle, and raiding parties on foot or bicycle would have to scavenge further and further away, for fuel and other resources. The victory was overwhelming. People were in awe of what Charlie and Ian had accomplished, but the price paid is also overwhelming. Several wounded had to be attended, and 5 soldiers would have to be buried, including a young man named Wolf, of the Shield Wall, a name the community would in future cling to as inspirational hero. In addition, of course, to the villain hero Ian. Mad but effective, some said. Sheila the Unifier had a slightly easier job then, to convince every corner of the Mountain Reserve community to cooperate on security issues, and even listen to advice on prepping for 2030. To be continued in episode 24. The Apophis Asteroid Apocalypse Episode 24, Aftermath of War, Rekindling of Hope, by J.M. Conradi. With all his experience and reading about battlefields, nothing could have prepared Charlie for what he saw that day. He stood among his soldiers, on top of the main barricade on the main road, looking down when it was over. This is what he saw.
A battlefield, he thought. Memories of photos of the dead at Gettysburg, bodies lying in the surf at Tarawa, the dead and wounded Marines aboard a tank at Hue. Always photos, but never in a photograph was there the stench. The battlefield stank not just of cordite, but also the coppery smell of blood, feces, urine, vomit, the smell of open raw meat. But this raw meat was human, or once human. Mixed in, the smell of vehicles burning, gasoline, rubber, oil, and horrifying, burning bodies, roasting, bloating, bursting open as they fried.
In the underground bunker of the federal government of the USA, peace had been made. The lawyers had come up with a document that both parties, the president and the challengers led by the speaker, could agree to. A clear road map had been detailed, of how to proceed toward an election in a few months, how to restore communications and other processes, how to restart the economy, and how to prepare to re-establish centralized power, for whoever won the vote among survivors of the former republic. The blast doors separating the two groups were opened, hands were shook, and they prepared to open the outside doors and walk triumphantly back into the glorious United States of America. Then the great moment arrived, and despite some jamming of signals ascribed to the devastating effect of the apocalypse, their soldiers and agents numbering almost 200 heavily armed personnel opened the outside blast doors. The road was prepared for DC politicians and their staff and lawyers and elitist associates, including media bosses and scientists, to walk out and reintroduce their self-profitable version of civilization outside. In the many months since Apophis, warlords had been fighting for control of the post-apocalyptic United States. 2 of them, former friends, both of them generals commanding powerful armed forces with many resources, had come out victorious and agreed to a split land between North and South. Then they had discovered where the remnants of government were hiding underground, and they had silently listened to their broadcasts and attempts at communication and regulation. When DC elites and their small but heavily armed force arrogantly exited from their bunker, both generals were waiting for them. The battle was brief but ferocious. Weapons like these had not been seen for a while, and probably would not be manufactured again for years. When the smoke settled, the federal government of the USA was no more. The 2 warlords joined forces, to then obliterate all signs of any remnant of anything there. They burned the whole area to a crisp. Thereafter the 2 armies feasted together, and then went their separate ways, to resume their redevelopment of the northern states and the southern states. Like elsewhere in the world, the balance of power had shifted, and was beginning to stabilize, in a completely new form. This time a new world, was really new. But not really better, because it was still human. Far away from continent.